3 seed. Got to play like it. Yeah, it is 3 o'clock on Monday, March 13th, and we have a study session scheduled. We have a study session scheduled to discuss property casualty insurance, state of the marketplace. And are we turning it over to Nancy, or are you going to start?
Well, I think I'll start, hand it off to Nancy, and then Nancy hand it off to Mark Skidmore. But commissioners, insurance in general, whether it's property and casualty, health insurance, work comp insurance, is a little challenging in terms of a product to purchase and price out. And this has kind of turned into a yearly tradition that we try to give you a market assessment early on to give all of us a sense of what we think the market conditions are going to be. It's not something that you would typically go out to the market and solicit bids on an annual basis. But on the other hand, we don't feel like it's appropriate to come to you at the 11th hour when it's up for renewal and say, today's the day we have to renew, or in advance of coverage lapsing. And I would tell you, maybe more so on the health insurance side, but it's all the industry seems to be slow in providing you quotes and responses, and you find yourself backed into that corner if you're not careful. The other thing that we certainly don't want to do is have a renewal come and have sticker shock on your part or any of our parts, and then have questions about, well, could we have done something else? Should we have gone to the market and tried to bid it out? So the process that we've kind of tried to adopt is give you a market assessment from our consultants far enough in advance that we can have a conversation. We don't have quotes, but have a conversation about what we think the market is doing and what that means for our renewal, and give you the opportunity, if you're so inclined, to instruct us to go to market and try to bid it out. Part of this conversation will be about the practicalities of actually doing that, but at least we're having the conversation far enough in advance that we aren't here on the renewal date saying we really don't have a choice but to re-up for another year. With that, I'll turn it over to Nancy Schussler, City Risk Manager. She can speak to you a little bit about process, roles, and provide you some additional detail.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. So before we jump into the actual state of the marketplace, I do want to remind you that the city's property and casualty insurance actually expires on June 30th of this year. So generally what we do at the first of every year is we sit down and we meet with our partners. So we meet with Iron Insurance Partners, and we also meet with Charlesworth Consulting, and there's lots of conversations that happen, for months actually in advance of our renewals. So just to kind of remind you, that coverage that we're looking at, that property and casualty coverage, consists of, coverage for our property, for our autos, for crime, for law enforcement, for, all of our liability coverages, for cyber. So basically what we discuss in those meetings are ways that we can reduce costs to the city. So how is our program currently working as it's set up, and are there any ways? And there were a lot of things that came out that we itemized and that we handed over to be dealt with, right after that meeting. So Iron Insurance Partners has the list of the items that we talked about. Can we look at raising deductibles? Can we, look at maybe moving some coverages to other carriers and not carrying everything all under one carrier? So there's lots of things that go into those discussions, and the biggest thing that goes into those discussions is just using our experts. So both parties, Charlesworth Consulting, Iron Insurance Partners, are the experts in the field, and their ability to work with other public entities like us, the fact that they're not just working with the City of Salina, that they have customers, multiple public entity customers that they can kind of work with, and they learn very quickly because they have renewals every so often with all of those customers, and they've already seen what the renewals look like this year, and they haven't been pretty. But Mark will go into more detail about that. But so I do want to actually introduce Mark Skidmore, who I think you've all met before, but he is actually the president of Iron Insurance Partners. They are a full-service independent insurance agency. They're the ones that actually go out and procure insurance for the City of Salina. So we do pay them a fee every year, and we do have an extended multi-year contract with them. So, and they provide in addition to these services, advising and guiding and then procuring insurance, they do provide a multitude of other services as well. So James Charlesworth with Charlesworth Consulting, who will be here any minute, he's coming from the Kansas City area. He actually is more of a risk and an insurance advisor to the city. We kind of looked to him as an extension of city staff. There is no insurance that he purchases for us. He is just there to guide and advise. He also participates in the meetings at the beginning of the month or the beginning of the year with our insurance partners. He's able to add value and basically kind of confirm everything that they say that they're seeing. James is able to then confirm or maybe add some to that. So it's really helpful to have both parties advising us. They are the experts. We do rely on them. So Mark's going to start with a presentation, and hopefully James will be here any minute.
Thank you, Nancy. I bet it'll work out perfect. Thank you all for your time today. As we'll start with the state of the marketplace, and the first slide that we'll go to is the property insurance market. Thought it was funny, I was talking with David Hawksworth. He and I both have family that has been in the reinsurance world, that the first bullet point up there is that January 1st, reinsurance treaties went up by 50%. So almost every insurance company in North America buys a reinsurance contract. So they buy insurance to help them participate in the losses. So a small insurance company might only keep the first $500,000 of a claim in-house, but they're all sharing it at multiple layers throughout. January 1st is a big renewal date. So if we think about their cost, if we think about an insurance company having cost of goods, their cost of goods just went up by 50%. That's not going to equate to 50% throughout the transaction, but their cost of goods sold increased dramatically. The second one is inflation, right? We're all living this day to day, impacting values, products, and labor rates. Everything's costing more to build. Catastrophic losses. We'll go a little more in depth on some trends, but outpacing the pricing model. There have been 89 events in the last 5 years that cost more than $1 billion. Hurricane Ian, I believe, was the second largest hurricane claim we've ever had. And the Midwest freeze we had back in early or December of 2022, right? All those pipes, and when I think about the deep freezes we've had, that doesn't discriminate against anybody. It's all covered, whether it was a swimming pool and nobody anticipated it, it's all covered. Labor shortage. The biggest problem that almost all of my clients have is labor shortage. So as wages go up, that's increasing our cost of construction. Underinsurance. Travelers estimates that 75% of businesses are underinsured by more than 40%. So even if Travelers doesn't charge the premium, they're responsible in most cases to pay for the claim at the end of it. So they're trying to recoup that and pushing values up. Potential double-digit rate increases on property, deductible increases. We've gone to a percentage deductible in the past. That is becoming more and more prevalent. And we worry about availability on some construction. We've had a couple of instances within the city where we had to be creative as to how to insure public buildings with specifically barreled roofs. Just in the last 2 years, I think we had that issue. So all of those things are impacting the property market. This is just a map with the claims that we had last year. I read an interesting study that the number of events last year that exceeded $1 billion were less than the prior years, which have been increasing. So the number of events last year were down, but I read that our 10-year average had been $85 billion a year, and in 2022 it was $115 billion for a few less events. So there's just the map of where everything occurred and when it did. As we're watching our weather today, and California's getting pounded by more snow. The weather pattern is just unpredictable for them, which nobody likes unknowns, so that leads them to be a little shyer in their pricing and offering of terms. This graph is just by years, right, and the number of events we've had. They had been increasing pretty steady. You can see last year in 2022 we were down only $18 billion events versus 20 and 22 and 21 and 20. So, but over time, inflation's driving this too, right? $1 billion isn't what it used to be. The next one has a lot of numbers and is kind of confusing. I think the most relevant column is the third, where we talk about events per year and how they're increasing. Part of that trend is due to the weather patterns and being unpredictable. A lot of it is driven by the inflation and everything cost more. No different than when the insurance company processed the policy to insure my used Jeep. They thought it was worth X, and it's worth X plus something. Never was that in their pricing model that a used vehicle would go up. So all these things that insurance companies are dealing with now. As we move to the liability side, and a lot of these are in your news, right? We see them every night on the news. Frequency of sexual abuse claims increased. Increase in law enforcement liability claims. Social inflation, right? Nuclear verdicts and the growing anti-corporate sentiment in the country. This year I had multiple million-dollar liability claims that I'd never noticed before in my career. I had the first policy limits that I'd ever seen. The last slide on this is the lack of availability for increased levels of insurance. Never in my 28 years have I gone to a carrier and asked them for an umbrella and them say, "No, we're good down here." So there's this school of thought that the more insurance somebody buys, the more we could get attacked for it. So we're seeing the carriers pull back on limits that I've never before experienced. So the last one we're going to touch on is cyber insurance, and this has been years, and it just keeps changing, right? They can't understand the weather patterns, nor do they know what the cyber criminals are going to try next week. So the marketplace is still trying to figure out how we find a policy that is more alike. Today, every carrier has their own policy, and it looks dramatically different from the next one. Controls are no longer recommended, they're required. There are accounts that are unable to find coverage because they don't have the right in-house controls in place. Their networks are not secure. Multi-factor authentication is the first one, and that came like wildfire 2 years ago, kind of during COVID. I didn't even know what it was, and then 6 months later it was a requirement on our policies. The next one we're hearing is endpoint data protection and response. And it's starting to be like multi-factor, where if we don't have it, we're not going to get anything. Phishing exercises, right? We conduct those as a company. I think you guys conduct them as an organization to try to make sure to train the staff not to click on links that we don't know what they are. So,
what is endpoint data protection and response? Can you tell me what that is?
I wish I knew what that is. No, I'm not technical. The IT people know exactly what it is. What I know is that it used to just be a question, and now it's a little firmer question, and I anticipate that it will be a requirement.
Thank you.
And I don't know if it's directly on point, but conversations we've had are about backing up our data in the event that our system is compromised and then we're blackmailed in terms of getting our data back. So we gather our data, keep it off-site, and have a backup protocol to.
Is that more than the weekly off-site MFA backups?
Yeah, and I think the endpoint data is, us making sure that it's secure and not able to be compromised. But I'm speculating a little bit.
So yes, rate increases in cyber. We've been pretty fortunate here in the Midwest of recent to be able to minimize those rate increases, and some of it's due to having great customers like you all that are taking the proactive steps to ensure that we can keep the marketplace at least attractive for you. So that was the end of the State of My Marketplace presentation, and I see James has shown up.
Good afternoon. I apologize for being late. The times got changed, and being an old dog, sometimes I don't deal well with change, so my apologies.
Right there with you.
So to Mark's point, I did a survey of some travelers clients that have renewed since January 1. The one that's most similar to the city had an 18% overall increase in the premiums. I had a couple others that had low percentage increases in the 7 to 10 range, but those are the clients that had, you'll recall, we got forced into higher property deductibles in the past. Those clients got forced this year. So they had a 5% to 10% increase, but they also had a big jump in their deductibles. So their retained risk went up quite a bit. So as Mark, I'm sure, mentioned, the reinsurance treaties for January 1 were very bad. It's just been a mess right now. So be thankful you're not on the coast, because I have clients that would pretty much give anything to get your rates that are on the coast. But the market's just a tough spot. There are some alternative property markets that Mark and I will have a conversation about with Nancy to see if it's worth bringing those options to the table. But other than that, Travelers is still kind of the only game in town unless you want to go to an associational trust. Is anything I missed on that?
So we've had this conversation a number of times, and
yes.
it's pretty direct, but kind of just dealing with it frankly. I think the general perception is we could price it out. We could go out and find competition. Can you speak to kind of the coverage that we have? If the city commission said we want to see if we can avoid that increase, what options we do or don't have?
Well, from a liability standpoint, you really don't have any options other than going to an associational pool. And an associational pool can be a good solution for some, but basically you're sharing a risk with others. It's accessible, so you don't have a premium, you have a contribution. And then per the bylaws, which you would have to agree to, you would be subject to assessment if the pool didn't have enough funds to pay their losses. The pools that are in the area have done quite well, but there's a pool that is for school districts that's having some struggles right now because of some wind events, wind or hail, I don't remember which it was, but you know, you'd be on the bigger size of a city in a pool. Not usually what you want to be. You'd like to be one of the smaller ones, but it is an option. There's a program called APIP, which is a property program. I can't say whether it's a pool or how it's structured. They really don't say. It's been more competitive recently, but the problem is if we chase premium dollars, there's a certain point where it doesn't make sense to save a little bit and change out of Travelers where you've got the entire portfolio of premium to help offset some losses. You know, you can have a bad year in property, but they're getting the premium on the liability, which is good. It all works out to your favor. So, and then Chubb is a good property insurer. Their terms and conditions are going to be very similar to Travelers. What I've seen of late is that their pricing is very similar as well. We can certainly explore those, and by we, I mean make Mark and his team explore those. But from a liability standpoint, Travelers is still the gold standard as far as terms and conditions. We're starting to see a few insurers come in for schools that have been in and then they get out, and they get in and then they get out, and that's a dangerous place to go as well. So. At this time last year, I was hopeful that last year was going to be a good year, but the late hurricane season really did us in, unfortunately. Mark's getting all choked up over it, I understand. Mark,
I had a question for you. Explain reinsurance treaties.
So an insurance company is no different than you or I in that they buy insurance too. So Travelers will take on a certain amount of risk and they'll cede the others to reinsurance. And so these big losses really hit the reinsurance community. The smaller everyday losses, $1 million, $5 million, they don't impact the reinsurers. But when you have these billion-plus losses, the reinsurers really get hit hard, so their pricing goes up.
That's insurance for insurance.
It's the wholesaler. It's like a wholesale cost for insurance companies. So that wholesale cost, if you're whatever business you're in, your wholesale costs go up. it's going to affect your retail costs. That's just the reality, unfortunately.
Is
And
the biggest,
the cyber insurance liability, does Travelers carry that, or is that a separate rider?
Travelers does have a cyber option. Do we have Travelers? There are a few other markets. I've seen more stabilization in cyber in the last year. I've actually seen a little few clients have decreases, but you know, they have everything buttoned up really tight. So what we will do probably about 2 months before is we'll set up a meeting between the IT folks here and the underwriters at Travelers or whoever we're talking to, and let those people speak, because then they can talk endpoint and all this other stuff and know what they're talking about. You get old guys like Mark and me, you know, we just ramble. So we'll do that to make sure we have everything tightened up. But I'm optimistic, cautiously, that our cyber won't be as bad as Mark thinks, but, you know, we'll have to wait and see. Property will be bad, though.
I know a month or so ago, the city of Derby had an outage. I mean, totally out. And I don't think they ever released what happened, but that was my first suspicion, is a cyber attack.
It very well could be. What we're seeing right now is social engineering being our biggest problem, and that's when a bad actor convinces somebody at the city to change banking information, and they do it 2, 3, 4 weeks before any payments are made. And so no red flags go off, and so that banking has changed. We transfer money, and it goes to the bad actor, and it's off to the foreign lands. I've had a $85,000 loss, $167,000, and then $350,000. And unfortunately, the client with $350,000 had no coverage. So usually those are sublimited to between $100,000 and $250,000. So I've been working with Nancy, make sure we do verbal confirmation of any wire transfers before making them. But they're out there. They're always trying to find ways.
is Russia really the biggest driver of this? And does conflict increase the likelihood that their bad apples surface?
I've
have a hard
heard
time
that.
believing
But I can't confirm it, but that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's what the fear is.
On the subject of associations, we've heard pitch here in a general way about those. Are they more localized to this region? And what's the bigger driver of the liability? Is it weather that really breaks the bank for an area like ours, or is liability really
No,
the big feature?
it's usually weather.
And if we were an association and it was our region, it'd be more likely that association would have all the same events.
Yeah, because of insurance laws, pools are generally within a state. And that's one thing, if you become a member, you want to make sure you look at the finances, make sure they're financed properly, and then look at the spread of risk. The one that I am aware of, I don't want to talk specifics, but they had a high concentration in one area, and a windstorm or hailstorm, I don't know which, came through and caused damage to a lot of members, and that put some strain on them.
Yeah.
But I mean, I do consulting for pools, so I'm not anti-pool at all. It's just a different way of thinking. Workers' comp pools are a little more common, but workers' compensation's more actuarially predictable than property losses, law enforcement losses. I mean, you can have none for 5 years and then have a $10 million loss the next day. Workers' comp doesn't usually work that way. So, but it would be an option.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, I think we've been fortunate here, but at lunchtime I saw on the news, it's 33 years ago tonight, in 1990, the Heston tornado, F5 tornado hit.
Can we strike that from the record? Is there a way of not putting that in the minutes?
So, you never know.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
You mentioned Travelers and Chubb, I believe. The number of insurance companies that will insure municipalities has decreased significantly. Is that true? And so
Very much so.
So we're basically limited to who Mark could even go out and solicit. Am I
I
correct?
mean, aren't we additionally challenged by our flood levy? Isn't that a limiting factor?
Our levy system does.
Mark, could you come to the microphone? I'm sorry, so people.
Our levy system has limited the number of markets that want to provide that coverage for us, so.
And one of the main competitors for Travelers was a company called One Beacon, which became intact, and they pulled out of public sector last year. You're a little big for Employees Mutual Casualty, or EMC. Their appetite may change. I imagine you have access to them. Well, we can always ask, but that's about it.
Is there any way do we self-insure? I can't remember any, or is our self-insuring, our increasing our deductibles is how we do that, or how do we handle that?
That's exactly how we do it. We have a percentage deductible on our property, and we have a self-insured retention on our casualty lines, our auto, general liability, where we're self-insuring the first 50,000, I believe, of any single event, and we stop at 150, I think.
Okay. I couldn't remember how we handled that.
And that we've done that to control costs over the years.
Do we see that changing any, or is that, if anything, will that have to increase, or?
If we were desirous of trying to control the premium increase, then yes, we would look at raising those and putting more skin. We'd have more skin in the game.
Game, right?
Yeah, and I believe you're in a sweet spot right now where you're at because of your size. If we went to, say, $100,000 per occurrence, $250,000 stop loss, I can only speculate, but you're taking on another $50,000, and we might save $20,000, $30,000 in premium. And so you really don't get as much leverage at a certain point. And I think over the years we've tried to find that spot, and I think Mark and his team has done that.
That's why we have you guys and Nancy.
That's right.
to figure that out. So.
Are large cities like Wichita or Overland Park pretty much in the same situation?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, actually, I'm working on Overland Park's renewal right now. It's April 1. But they're with Travelers. Now, Overland Park has a $100,000 self-insured retention on all liability lines, so they're a little more insulated from your average claims, but the property is a problem for them. And we did City of Lenexa not that long ago, and they had a really hard time because so much of their values are concentrated in one area, their city center. I think we have $130–40 million in one block, so that made it very difficult. So it's just the markets. You're more fortunate here because, I mean, certain storms could obviously hit and be a big problem, but you don't have a $70 million building and that is subject. Schools are really having a hard time because they have so much rooftops. Hail and wind just play havoc on them.
Other questions or comments for?
So I'll put you on the spot and bring the question to a head. How should we proceed in your recommendation?
Well, it would be my suggestion that we proceed with a traveler's renewal. Mark, Nancy, and I and Mark's team will discuss any property options that may be worth considering. As far as, and we may look at options on cyber, but for liability, I don't think it's worth pursuing anything else. But I know that if I was on your seat and we came to you with a large increase, you'd want to know what we did. And so we have a duty to you and the taxpayers to at least explore anything that we can come up with.
Do we currently have all of our insurance with Travelers? At one point, did we have it with multiple, like Travelers had some and somebody else had the cyber, or am I just?
Remember last year was with a different carrier.
Okay.
Right. We had farmed that out until we could meet Travelers' requirements.
Okay. I was thinking that we had two, so that's what it was on the cyber. Okay. Thank you.
And it was cheaper, but the coverage wasn't as good.
And we didn't have everything in place that, the multi.
So and back to your endpoint data question, it is protecting our data from either hackers getting in and getting access to it or inadvertently being distributed when it shouldn't, which then turns into a blackmail event. So you really have two things going on. If they shut your system down and blackmail you, your backups may let you get back online, but you also need to protect that data depending on what it is. If it's files and written documents, just correspondence, that's probably not a problem. If it's water customer accounts, very much a different situation.
And one of the main values of the cyber insurance is really the 24/7 services available to call, to get help, get a breach counsel, to get all that worked out. A extortion claim is very tricky. If there is a desire to pay it, you have to find a third party to put it into Bitcoin and handle the transaction. The insurance company won't guarantee reimbursement until after it's paid, and they check to make sure that the bad actor is not of a terrorist group. And all this has to happen in like 3 days. And, you know, frankly, we really don't want to have a city council meeting talking about this. So the best thing is let's get everything backed up. We'll have a really bad week, but, you know, we don't have to go through any of that.
So look to staff, you just need direction from us as to
Yeah,
how we want to proceed.
If you concur that we go forward as described, I don't think we need anything at all. Just being frank, wanted to have that conversation now, recognizing that there could be a sizable rate increase coming, so we can have conversations with you. If you expect something else, now would be the time to tell us.
I know three of us have sat through these discussions multiple times with both James and Mark, so I guess I'll look to the two new commissioners to see if you guys are comfortable moving forward, and if you have any.
I think, you know, having this meeting and the upfront message that, hey, your premium's going up, so prepare for it, and it's kind of where we're at.
I concur, and it kind of parallels the business side of my life. So, I mean, it just kind of coincides with the information I'm hearing elsewhere, so it makes sense to proceed.
Look to the two old timers.
Just out of curiosity, remind me, how much do we pay in premium so I can think about
prepare yourself.
150%, you know?
We paid just under $590,000 last year, and I have budgeted for this year just a little over $680,000 just to be safe. Wasn't sure what to expect, never really am. So that's what we got budgeted for this year.
And just confirming, premium or premium and
Premium.
claims? Or
Premium.
deductibles?
Just premium.
Okay. So
So
there's added expense if we have claims we have to pay deductibles on.
How many dollars of real estate do we have insured? I mean,
over
it's,
300 million.
yeah, I think we forget how many buildings we have
Yeah.
and facilities we have
We do.
throughout the community, so.
Is this covering vehicles and everything?
Yep. Autos, equipment, which is inland marine.
When we have our,
So like the compactor?
yes,
Yes. I just got the check today
Oh,
in my hot little hands.
Can I show you?
Yeah.
that's probably been our biggest bugaboo so far, hasn't it?
Been one of
is-
the biggest checks I've got. I don't like getting them though, because it just means something bad happens, so.
so the first 50,000 of that we covered?
Actually, for the compactor, it's covered under inland marine, and our deductible is actually $1,000.
Oh,
So we got away.
That may go up this year.
He tells me that publicly, so I can't kick him.
Yeah,
Good one, Mark. Yeah.
so I guess I'm not hearing anything negative, except we don't like the premiums, but I think James and Mark have done a good job for us, and I always feel pretty comfortable when they come back to us, and they've researched the market and got us the best deal they could, so.
In the last couple of years, we had a 12% premium increase. So 2022 and 2021, we did have, last year, we had the 114% cyber increase. But I think a lot of that had to do with leaving the other carrier and coming back to Travelers, and then everybody was seeing that. And it's already a lower, I mean, it went from like $10,000 a year to $22,000 a year. I mean, it's one of those things where
The
it's not
percentage
the
is big, but
huge
it's not,
piece of
yeah.
pie for us, but it still was a huge increase. So hopefully we don't see that kind of an increase this year. But, and then I think in 2020, we had a 10% premium increase. I think it was a little bit less because they were trying to not necessarily sneak that wind and hail deductible bias, but that was introduced that year too. So, but 2019, we only had a 4% increase. So, but the last few years have been pretty much right
Nancy, you
around
might
each other.
touch on when we have gone to market and what a process that is and what the result was.
Yeah, going to market is a lot of work, a lot of work, a lot of applications being filled out. So they're sent to me by Iron Insurance Partners, and I can't fill them out myself. They have to actually go to all the different departments. I can answer a lot of the questions myself, but then there's still data that changes on a regular basis. Number of employees, number of, police dogs, just all kinds of things that you're having to answer. Making sure if policies and procedures have been changed, that we've updated that information. It's just a lot of work. And then it has to be then sent back to Iron Insurance Partners and processed, and Travelers has to take time to review all that. But it's just gathering a lot of data, updating all our schedules of all of our equipment and auto and property, and making sure that's all aligned and correct, and we go out to market, and there are times where there was a year where, because we've been out to market twice in the last 4 years, and one of the times they sent out, Iron Insurance Partners sent out, requests to 9 different carriers, and that's been a few years ago, back when there were even 9 carriers to send it out to, but and I think we got one response that year. And then, like, the next year, we went out to market, and I think we might have got 2 that year. So there's not, and then those aren't even in play now, like with One Beacon, with what James shared, that's not even a possibility now. So, and I think I've shared before, we're kind of in that kind of predicament where I think, was it James that used the words that were like that 13-year-old boy that's, he's not a kid anymore, not a baby anymore, but he's not a grown man yet either. We're kind of that way as our city size. And so there are those carriers that just don't want to look at us because we're way too big for them, or the carriers that, maybe we're just, because of the levy or because of our property or whatever it is, they might have 1 or 2 things that they just don't like about us. So unfortunately, we're very, very limited, and it's a lot of work, and it's weeks and months worth of work. I mean, we start in January really talking about it and having conversations, and they're working at their end, sending things out to people, and James is on the phone talking to people too, and so it's just a lot of work that goes into going out. So you don't want to just do it willy-nilly just because. You want to have a real good reason to do that. So.
Well, one option we know we don't have is no insurance.
True.
Not for long, anyway.
Right, not for long, right.
Okay, any other comments?
Give you that update and confirm the path forward.
We'll hope for the best, I guess.
Do our best.
Okay.
Hope Mr. Charlesworth stays long enough to have dinner at one of our restaurants. You're not going to just turn around and go back, I hope.
I will try. Hey, the fact that I missed Mark's presentation was a reward in itself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With that, we'll be back at 4 o'clock for regular meeting. Thank you. Okay, it is currently 4 o'clock, so I will call the Salina City Commission meeting for March 13th, 2023 to order. I will look to staff for confirmation that the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we will have roll call.
Mayor Hoppick,
Here?
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
Would those that are able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the week of March 12 through 18, 2023 as MS Awareness Week in the city of Salina. Brent Kirkhart, Salina, Kansas, will read the proclamation.
Whereas multiple sclerosis, MS, is a neurological disease of the central nervous system affecting nearly 1 million people in the United States alone, and whereas multiple sclerosis generally strikes people in the prime of their life between the ages 20 through 50, and the cause and course of the often debilitating symptoms of MS remain unknown and no cure currently exists, and whereas the National Multiple Sclerosis Society is committed to a world free of MS, heightening public knowledge about and insight into the disease. Whereas we have transformed what it means to live with MS and provided global leadership to help achieve our vision of a world free of MS. And whereas since 1946, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society has been a driving force of MS research, relentlessly pursuing prevention, treatments, and a cure, and has invested more than $1 billion in groundbreaking research. And whereas funds raised through the National Multiple Sclerosis Society fuel research on pathways to MS cures and invest in the MS research workforce at the best medical centers, universities, and other institutions throughout the U.S. and abroad, leading to many breakthroughs in the treatment of MS. And whereas the mission of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society is to cure MS while empowering people affected by MS to live their best lives, and one that all Americans and Kansans should support. And whereas the city of Salina, Kansas recognizes the importance of finding the cause and cure of MS and expresses its appreciation for the dedication the National Multiple Sclerosis Society Mid-America Chapter has shown toward creating a world free of MS. Now, therefore, Michael L. Hoppick, Mayor of the City of Salina, by virtue of the authority invested in him, do hereby proclaim March 12th through the 18th, 2023 as MS Awareness Week, and do commend this observance to all our citizens. I encourage all Kansans to learn more about multiple sclerosis and what they can do to support individuals with MS and their families. Dated this 13th day of March, 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Kirk, for being here. Maybe can you update us a little bit on where some of the research is today?
I know there's been several medications to relapsing, remitting MS, the ones that have it. Sometimes they have their disease and sometimes they don't. You can't tell. And sometimes, I remember when I first got diagnosed, people walked in and said, well, you don't look like anything's wrong. Well, I know, I wish, but I can't really give you the total numbers and stuff. It's just, I know there's just bunches of out there, and I keep getting emails about everything that's happening and all the different powers are trying to, hey, they found something here, maybe this will happen.
And do we have any kind of support groups or anything here in Salina to
We
for
used
people
to. We had that. And in fact, I'll put on the MS walk here in Salina for many years. But then the society just got where we didn't have the funds, or they couldn't. Basically, now it's in Kansas. I think it's Wichita and Kansas City. I go to the Kansas City one now because where my grandkids are up there, so it gives me an excuse to get up there and see them. But yeah, we had a good support. We had a young lady at Kansas Wesleyan that did something, Jennifer. She's now, graduated, but she helped put it on and get it going and stuff. But we used to have a support group, and that kind of broke apart. We've lost 2 of members. I think I had a real good friend of mine, Mark Chafee, had it, and he was MS, and it's been about 4.5 years he's been gone. He passed away, and it got to where it was tough, and we lost another lady just a year ago, part of it and stuff. So we're just trying to find more out there to get support, because I know especially new people that are diagnosed with MS, and they need that support and that encouragement. Hey, it's not going to get bad. I was a teacher and coach for 16 years. I've been diagnosed with 26 years, and probably had it before that, because some of my symptoms I thought were tingling. I was thinking it was a pinched nerve or an old football injury I had or something, and I taught and coached. I was a claims adjuster, but I had to basically medically retire about 12.5 years ago in 2012, where I had to basically be in this the whole time. But I don't let it stop me. I've got a van that I can hand controls, I drive with. I just, but I want to encourage people. I ran across a young man back in the Kansas City area that asked me what I had, and he talked about it, and just hopefully it gave a young man some encouragement about, hey, it's not going to do you in. It's not you. Of course, when you're first diagnosed, you're reading horror stories. Here's what's all going to happen and stuff. It took me a long time before I was wheelchair bound. There was a girl in my small class from Southwest Kansas. She was diagnosed with MS, but she's still walking, doing good, and still a nurse and doing awesome and stuff. So it affects everyone differently.
Well, we appreciate you being here and your positive attitude. And I know Mike Scragg and I were good friends with Mr. Chafee, and he probably had the best positive attitude of anybody I knew. And
It was an inspiration.
Inspiration to a lot of us.
Mark was, and and people, he says, somebody asked him, man, Mark, I just don't see how it's fair that you had it. And he goes, I had it because there's somebody out there that couldn't handle it.
Yeah, that would be Mark.
That was
I
Mark.
have a proclamation here to share with you. I'll bring down there.
Oh, okay. Appreciate that.
Turn around this way. I'm going to trade that one out. I'll give you a good one. How's that?
Give him the good one.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it with this, huh? Thank you. Okay, we're good. Yep. Okay, that will lead us to item 3.2.
Item 3.2, recognition of the month of March 2023 as Theater in Our Schools Month in the city of Salina. Emily Streeter, a theater student at Salina South High School, will read the proclamation.
I'm also Camille Morris from Salina Central High School. I'll be also reading. Whereas theater, as in all art, is an important part of the human experience, and
whereas the theater are an initial part of the unity and pride of a community, and
whereas theater allows one to adapt to changing circumstances in artistic and personal situations, and
whereas sustained involvement in theater has substantially improved reading proficiency, self-concept, motivation, and higher levels of empathy towards others, and
whereas theater provides us with a way to grow and develop our creativity as well as our language, memory, and communication skills, and
whereas theater provides us sources of artistic and literacy value and equips us with the tools to appreciate these values, and
whereas theater teaches to innovate and investigate different approaches to traditional ideas, existing artistic works, historical facts, and cultural norms, and
whereas theater teaches individuals to build trust, demonstrate integrity, and inspire others to model ethical behavior that benefits their schools and community.
So now, therefore, Michael Hoppick, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in him by the laws of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim that the month of March is recognized as Theater in Our Schools Month.
In whereas, in witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Salina to be affixed this 13th day of March 2023.
Thank you, ladies. Could you tell us the productions that you've already done at your schools, and do you have any upcoming productions?
We do. Do you want to start with
Sure.
You go.
At Central, we did the Children's Hour. This is in the fall. We did Explorers Club, and then for our musical, we did Mamma Mia. And right now, we are currently working on The Nerd.
And at South, we did The Curious Savage in the fall, and we did Cinderella over the winter musical season. We're currently working on Leaving Iowa right now, and then we're heading into our student-directed one-acts in the spring.
Great. Well, if no one's had an opportunity to attend, they really need to, because it's amazing the amount of talent we have in our community. And you're both very fortunate to have excellent staff, too. I know that you have that leads you in the right direction. So I do have a proclamation. I'm not sure if this is going to South or Central. That's for you guys to decide. So if you talk to us real nice, we might be able to come up with another one for you, too. So if you ladies would come up here, we'll... Turn around and face that one. We'll see which one grabs it when we're done here. So. Okay, thank you, ladies. Appreciate it. Okay, that will lead us to item 4.1.
Item 4.1, conduct a public hearing and provide direction regarding a tennis complex naming rights agreement and agreement related to funding and construction of tennis building renovations.
Okay, I believe we need to call, let me get my notes here, call the public hearing to order, and I believe we need to do, to address the notice process that we have here.
Correct.
I'll turn to the city staff.
Parks and Rec Director Jeff Hammond and I will probably be tag teaming this report quite a bit. Depending on where the conversation goes, one or both of us will be able to respond. And I want to acknowledge that the recommended actions fairly elaborate in light of the naming policy, the proposed project, the funding that's available, and so it goes into great detail. Recognizing that the naming policy calls for a public hearing, the first thing that we probably should do for the record is have staff confirm that notice of the public hearing was published at least 7 days in advance of today's public hearing. So,
Yes, it was.
so then the next item relates to some of the technicalities of the facility naming policy, and it was attached to the staff report. You may recall from prior processes that it is fairly detailed. In particular, and for your reference, on page 2 of the staff report, third paragraph from the bottom kind of walks through this process a little bit. But it calls for a consideration by the applicable advisory board, depending on the facility proposed to be named, that could be something other than the Park and Rec Board, but in this particular case, it's the Park and Recreation Advisory Board. The policy calls for publication of notice or processing before that body within 45 days of receiving an application from an applicant. And then coming out of the advisory body, the policy calls for consideration by the City Commission 30 days after that. In this particular, well, then the policy also contemplates in Section 5, and I'm going to read this to you as a direct quote, that amendments or variances may be considered from time to time by the City Commission as deemed necessary to best meet the public interest. Such actions may be formal amendments to the guidelines or case-by-case variances as approved by the City Commission. So in this particular case, there was a lot of conversation going on and I'm over an extended amount of time. You may recall study session presentations to you from Salina Tennis Alliance, among other things, but then there was ongoing conversation at the staff level with Salina Tennis Alliance. They were working on budgets and finances and phasing of construction plans, which kind of extended this entire conversation. So taking you to that third paragraph from the bottom on page 2, in September of 2022, Salina Tennis Alliance filed a naming application related to the item that's before you today. And in January of 2023, that naming application was verified by the city clerk's office. And on January 26th, the clerk provided written verification. And then ultimately, that went before the park board on January 18th of 2023. So that's outside of that 45-day window. And additionally, the item is before you today, which is outside of that 30-day window. So one of the first things we wanted to do at the outset of the public hearing is make you aware of that, just so that it's acknowledged by you that we're proceeding on the basis of a variance as allowed by Section 5 of the naming rights policy, that just kind of the conversations extended the time frame beyond those turnaround times. I would note that presumably those turnaround times are there for the benefit of the applicant so that it doesn't just drag on. They have some assurance that an application will be processed. So the second item, the step that's identified, is having Salina Tennis Alliance acknowledge for you that they're also aware of and consent to varying from that timeline. So it's a little odd, but we're starting with those two acknowledgments, and I see Clark Renfro's here in the audience. So if I could, I just would like to ask him to come to the podium and confirm on behalf of Salina Tennis Alliance that we're on the same page in terms of the timeline.
I'm just a little fact. On page 2, does the 45 days start in September or with the amended filing on January 26th?
For the purpose of the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, I would think it would have started in September.
Okay.
So that was in part why we wanted to call it to your attention. And as I said, we've had weekly meetings at the staff level with Clark and Salina Tennis Alliance, and we've had conversations, but just for the record, I wanted to, I guess, put him on the spot and confirm that Salina Tennis Alliance is okay with this timeline. If they aren't, it kind of calls into question the process, and I guess we start over. So
yeah, we acknowledge we are on that
Thank you.
page, so.
So with those two items out of the way, then it makes sense to proceed with the public hearing. Had that not been acceptable to the governing body or Salina Tennis Alliance, there really wasn't a need to proceed with the public hearing. I'll pause for a moment in case the city attorney wants to add anything in that regard.
Just wanted to make sure that we weren't going past the motion that the city commission would need to consider before the public hearing is technically open. And that is.
Excuse me, Mr. Bankston.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to be sure that we addressed the motion that takes the action that the city manager just described. It's set out there on page 7 under subpoint D of the procedure leading up to the substance of the matter. That formally is the means by which the commission would grant those variances if that is your wish.
Okay.
I realize that there's a lot of information thrown at you, so happy to answer any questions you might have about the naming policy or the timeline.
Just procedural, can a motion be made and acted on during the hearing?
We're technically, this is prior to the actual official opening of the public hearing. So the point was to address whether the variances met your approval. If they do, then we'll be in a position to formally open the public hearing.
Okay.
So if the chair would accept a motion that summarizes B there is what?
Well, it's actually set out in D at the top of
On
page 7 is the
Okay.
motion
Well,
as
I'd
it
be
should.
glad to use what's been scripted for. Mayor, I move that the city commission finds that the public interest is served by granting the requested variance from the city's policy requirements that, one, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board review the naming initiative and make an advisory recommendation to the city commission within 45 days of receipt of a naming initiative for a qualified municipal facility, and two, the city commission conduct a public hearing and consider a naming initiative within 30 calendar days of receiving the recommendation of the related board, and that the city commission proceed with the public hearing scheduled on its agenda for today's regular meeting, notice of which has been timely published.
Second.
Okay, and I'm going to shorten that a little bit. We have a motion and a second to find that a public interest is served by granting the requested variances from the city's policy requirements under item 1 and 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. And that will move us into the open public hearing. I will call that to order.
Yes.
And I will look to Mr. Hammond, it looks like.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Jeff Hammond, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm going to walk you through some of the naming steps that we took for this project. The proposed naming initiative for your consideration is related to the desire by Salina Tennis Alliance to pursue a complex naming for the former pool at Kenwood Park, former pool building at Kenwood Park, as part of a fundraising effort to renovate the pool building into a tennis center, or as part of the existing new tennis center. As you may recall, Salina Tennis Alliance has submitted a naming initiative in the past that was approved in January 24th of 2022 for court naming and naming other structures as part of the funding of the tennis court construction and fence improvements at the Midway Kenwood Park Drive location. On November 23rd, 2020, City Commission approved Resolution 20-7903, which declared the area between Kenwood Drive and the Midway Drive in Kenwood Park as a qualified facility under the City of Salina Municipal Facilities Naming Guidelines. This achieves step 1 of the naming guidelines for the City of Salina. In September of 2022, Salina Tennis Alliance filed a second naming application for the complex per the requirements of the naming guidelines. The first application again being that court naming and other structures. In January of 2023, Salina Tennis Alliance submitted an amended existing application to the city clerk's office. The portion of the amended application was the only to propose a name change only, or to indicate a change of name of the facility. Due to this being a commercial naming, it did not require a petition to be submitted. The name change was from JRI Hospitality Tennis Complex to JRI Hospitality Salina Tennis Facility. I might say
Center.
Complex. I'm sorry.
Center, I think it was, wasn't it?
Center. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. I should have wrote it down. In January 26, 2023, the city clerk provided written verification of the compliance of the application for the naming initiative for Salina Tennis Alliance. This accomplished step 2 of the naming guidelines. Per the municipal naming guidelines, the related board, in this case the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, considered the naming initiative for the qualified municipal facility within 45 days, or supposed to be 45 days from the receipt of the naming initiative. Staff acknowledges that that policy requirement for the related board to consider the initiative was exceeded, and that from the original September of 2022 date. On January 18th, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board reviewed the commercial naming initiative and made a recommendation to the City Commission to approve the naming of JRI Hospitality Salina Tennis Center. Thank you. Public notice in the Salina Journal of the advisory board meeting was published on January 11th in compliance with the 7-day notice requirement. This accomplished step 3 of the naming guidelines. Per the municipal naming guidelines for step 4, the City Commission shall conduct a public hearing and consider the naming initiative for a qualified municipal facility within 30 calendar days of receiving the recommendation. And as Mr. Scraggs stated earlier, staff acknowledges that the policy requirement of the 30 days was exceeded. Part of the step 4 of the naming guidelines is to review the city clerk's verification, which is in your packet, of the compliance of the naming initiative to the guidelines. Review the merits of the naming initiative and supporting documentation, including a review of the existing name and any applicable history or pertinent information, and to take action typically regarding the naming initiative. On March 6th, 2023, public notice of this meeting of the public hearing and commercial naming initiative was published with 7 days notice in this Salina Journal. There has been considerable conversations between city staff and representatives over the past 5 months relating to finishing out the construction of the tennis courts, construction punch lists, temporary certificates of occupancy, and the funding for the proposed tennis building improvements. The oversight of the 45-day requirement for the Parks and Rec Advisory Board and the 30-day requirement for the City Commission action was an oversight on behalf of Parks and Recreation staff, and that being myself. Additionally, I want to bring to your attention, just for the, to be open, on the public notice for this meeting on March 6th, there was a typographical error. The naming guidelines don't typically call for the inclusion of a proposed name in the public notification. However, the public notice that was advertised on March 6th for this meeting included a typographical error by including the words "to be," as though the proposed name was to be included. It was not my intent to include the name. However, the typographical error was left in inadvertently. For that step of today's action, I believe that I was accomplishing section F of today's recommended actions. Didn't know if there's any questions that I can help answer or walk through regarding that before I move on to the staff report.
Any questions to this point for Mr. Hammond? Okay, you may proceed.
As I stated previously, the proposed naming initiative that's that is for your consideration is related to the desire by Salina Tennis Alliance to pursue the naming and fundraising for the purpose of funding improvements for the building at the former Salina Municipal Pool to renovate it into a tennis center building. The Salina Tennis Alliance has a sponsor willing to contribute $500,000 in 10 annual payments of $50,000 per year in return for the exclusive naming of the entire complex as JRI Hospitality Salina Tennis Center. The proposed naming for the initiative would place signage at 3 locations at the complex. If you think of the area of the Midway, which is near Tony's Pizza Event Center, and to the north by the river, Kenwood Park Drive, it's kind of an oval space. They would place signage on either side of that oval, whether you're coming off Ohio or coming off of Oakdale Drive, Kenwood Park Drive near the Oakdale Park. And then the third sign would be in the landscaping area to the south in the landscaping bed of the drop-off lane at the new Salina tennis facility. Salina Tennis Alliance has hired the services of JGR, Jones Gillum Renz Architects, to assist in the design, cost estimates of phased improvements of the building. A phased approach for improvements has been pursued to renovate the building. Cost estimates from this phased approach and preliminary drawings and a presentation from Salina Tennis Alliance has been provided in the packet. As you will find, the total cost of construction for the first phase, as you will find, the total cost of construction exceed the $500,000 sponsorship. Additionally, the annual installments of $50,000 per year of the sponsorship which decreases the present-day buying power of the sponsorship. Salina Tennis Alliance has indicated they're willing to raise additional funds for the tennis building improvements. An agreement in place would assist in their fundraising efforts. The city has realized savings from projects that it previously allocated to the tennis court construction project. The rodeo grounds and old pool demolition was in a budgeted expense of $181,000. We spent $148,000. So there's approximately $33,000 balance remaining. We deferred bathroom improvements, serviceability project at the former pool facility. We had a budgeted expense of $82,600. An actual expense of $12,680 is what we are able to do. And remaining funds from that was $69,000. Additionally, the city recognized the need to repair the existing roof at that Salina Tennis building. It's currently leaking when it rains, to preserve the building for an estimated $71,000. Combining the savings realized, expenses deferred, and an estimate on the roof repair, the estimated total of city funds that could be attributed to the facility is $175,000. I talked about the phased approach. The Salina Tennis Alliance's approach is how they're approaching that. Two phases. First phase includes interior renovations, new restrooms, office area, work area. Exterior renovations include that roof, doors, windows, general upgrades. The estimated cost of that first phase is $810,000. The second phase would include interior renovations of a new meeting area and pro shop area, exterior renovations, seating and storage areas, plus some potential add alternates to their project, including showers, a pantry, additional storage, a trellis, exterior trellis, and shading devices. That estimated cost of that second phase is $416,000. The total proposed project of phase 1 and phase 2 together is a little over $1.2 million. Staff has prepared a draft agreement outline taking into account STA's project, the naming rights, the term of the naming agreement, and the funding from the naming rights and project phasing. Additionally, the draft agreement proposes a financial contribution on the part of the city of Salina of $175,000. An outline of the tennis building renovation agreement has been attached in your packet. If the city commission authorizes proceeding, 2 agreements would need to be prepared and finalized for further city commission action. The agreement related to funding and construction of tennis building renovations, and the tennis complex naming agreement. Before I get into the recommended actions, which are considerable, I wanted to give an opportunity if the mayor and city commissioners would wish to have Salina Tennis Alliance speak on behalf of their project, if it's agreeable to you.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, before we do that, I would like to clarify or discuss the other element of this proposal for your consideration, and that is, as we had conversations with Salina Tennis Alliance about the $50,000 a year commitment and the net present value of that, the one item in the agreement and the outline takes into account the city's borrowing costs or the city's earnings on our deposits and turns that into an upfront cash value, depending on the interest rate. And there's a document from our financial advisor that provides calculations ranging from 3 to 6%. That's roughly in the the contribution would range from $368,000 to $426,000. So the premise is that entering into the funding agreement, getting the commitment for the $50,000 a year over 10 years, the city would provide an agreed upon amount towards the project and be reimbursed by those annual contributions, accounting for our interest cost. So essentially providing a loan up front. The staff report discusses we've had other public-private partnerships on other projects. This would be the first time we have taken this approach. In other instances, they have been able to take pledges and secure lending. I would note that this is a little bit different in that it is a funding agreement for naming rights and a specific dollar amount. There, if you think of Berkeley Family Recreation, there was a contribution for that naming, but then there were pledges, there were various pledges above and beyond that that they were able to secure financing on. So that's a new concept. Wanted to call it to your attention and be available for any questions you might have. And the other thing I would note is we brought this to you in an outline form, recognizing there probably needed to be conversation rather than preparing it as a final agreement ready for execution. This is still kind of a conceptual conversation to get direction from you.
If I could ask one obvious question, where does the city's cash come from?
Well, there's two scenarios that the financial advisor provided in their spreadsheet. One would be that we'd actually go borrow it, and then it would get returned. We pay that off with the proceeds of the payments that we receive over time. In that case, there would be issuance costs, which are reflected there. The other is we would take it out of city reserves, and then the funding would go back to city reserves as it was received. It wouldn't be redirected to parks or to that particular project. It would just replenish cash reserves.
How much are the overhead costs if we bond it?
$15,000 of issuance costs. And it's a relatively, in the overall scheme of things, it's a small issuance compared to others that we do, and we typically directly finance things at this level.
So if we borrow the money, who's paying the interest?
This calculation accounts for interest. We have to make an assumption about what the interest rate would be, and so our financial advisor said currently that's about 3.4%. So looking at their schedule, if you call that 3.5, that equates to about $415,000 of loan proceeds up front to then be paid off at $50,000 a year for 10 years. So I realize that's a concept in and of itself. I mean, I understand the questions about the numbers, but that is a new approach that we've not employed in the past.
I think we hear from STA, and then we can discuss all this together. Yeah.
I didn't know if that would prompt questions of STA, so I wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
I think that's part of our discussion. So.
Liz Bothwell, Executive Director of the Salina Tennis Alliance. Thank you for your time today, Commissioners, Mayor Hoppick. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about this project and about naming rights to the facility.
I'll start to my left.
Well, I guess obvious question to me is that if the $50,000 ceases to be paid to the city, where does that money come from to pay our bond?
Well, there's a couple things in answer to that question. The direct answer of where the money comes from would be from city proceeds. I'm going to ask the city attorney to speak to remedies that could be provided for in the agreement in the event of a default. we've discussed that. We've tried to incorporate some of that into the agreement terms, but I'll call on the city attorney to walk you through that.
Well, this would be a commercial agreement under Kansas law. Kansas law allows the parties to considerable latitude in terms of the terms of what that type of agreement might call for as far as the respective rights and remedies of the parties, particularly in the event of a default. To the Commissioner's question, the key potential event of a failure to pay one or more of the installments. That type of agreement would normally have a notice and cure opportunity if there was a failure to pay, time frame that could be determined by the parties as to notice and an opportunity to cure that default. And if there was a default, we would expect that to anticipate that the city could terminate the agreement and proceed to recover whatever damages might be available under Kansas law. It would seem most likely in that scenario that there would have to be a claim by the city against JRI Hospitality for any unpaid balance due for the full amount. The thing to keep in mind is that we are talking about what would be an obligation of the corporation, JRI Hospitality, meaning that the assets available to pay that obligation or against which a claim could be made would be strictly, as I understand the discussions, or as it would be anticipated, would be strictly the unencumbered assets of the corporate entity. So that's important to keep in mind. That effort would be made, or that claim would be made for that unpaid balance. There would be presumably provision of mutual and reciprocal provision for the recovery of attorney's fees and any costs associated with, in this case, the changing of the naming, the names, signs, anything associated with the transition resulting from the default. And that is then balanced against the city would likely be held to a duty to mitigate its damages. In other words, in this case, presumably an effort to secure further naming rights that would most likely by a court be held to be the city's responsibility to attempt to minimize whatever the damages were by virtue of the default and the recovery of the unpaid balance. Presumably entirely an academic discussion, but you all, of course, would know that in that type of situation, one must always consider the hopefully theoretical potential for the filing of bankruptcy by a corporate entity. This would be, I think, viewed as an executory contract, and I know counsel for JRI is present, and if he has a different thought than the way I'm characterizing this, I invite him to clarify that. But I would expect this would be viewed by a bankruptcy court as an executory contract, and as such could either within a 120-day time frame be assumed by the corporate entity as continuing to be an obligation of the corporate entity, or if it was rejected, then the city would be an unsecured creditor with a claim along with whomever else might be involved in the bankruptcy proceeding. Does that help?
Well, we're all friends here and we trust one another, but I think, out of obligation to the taxpayers, I have to ask that question. What, is this new territory for any city to get into, or what do others require in this kind of a scenario?
Well, I'm speculating, but I don't think it's new territory for cities to get into. It's new for us. We're trying to structure it, sync up the naming rights term with the funding and protect ourselves to the extent that we can, but there's no collateral, there's no lien provisions. It would be the contractual nature of it. But I don't have specifics about other communities. Just in observation over my career, I've seen similar approaches applied just in varying circumstances, but it's certainly a discretionary decision on your part.
Is the 10-year term pretty standard for this kind of agreement, or is that length of time unusual?
From a naming rights standpoint, we have other examples. Great Plains Hall at Tony's Pizza Event Center has a 10-year term, and it syncs up with their initial indication of the payment schedule they had in mind.
I guess that leads me to my next question. It might be one for council, but obviously over the course of 10 years, the names and the faces at the dais are going to fluctuate and change. Does that have potential to change the nature of our side of this agreement?
Well, we have some recent case law by the Kansas Supreme Court on that type of question of what is the extent to which a governing body can, in effect, bind future governing bodies. And the example given, the often used example is bonding. That obviously binds future commissions to future reimbursement payments. My understanding would be that this type of arrangement, where there is a definite financial commitment with an obligation for repayment over a period of years, is in the category that is anticipated as being something that this governing body can enter into if it determines that it's in the public interest to do so, and that it would be binding upon future commissions.
Thank you.
Two questions. I think one is somewhat legal, and the best way I can ask it is to give a little analogy. If I were to buy my wife a ring for $5,000, which our anniversary is tomorrow, that's not happening. I just want to make sure that. But
there's a bubble.
There's a
bubble out there.
Right. If I pay with a credit card, I'm going to pay more than $5,000 over the course of that bill. But all my wife is ever going to see is a $5,000 ring. Is the donation, would it officially be recognized as a $500,000 donation, or is it the net present day value, using these charts ranging from 368 up to 426? What would be the final public recognition of that donation? Because the money that, if it can't be spent now to help with the construction, it's not really going to figure into this chart we have here, the expenses. And there's a second part to that, but go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that we've given it a whole lot of thought in terms of anything other than it's a $500,000 expense that's being committed to over time. But when you said not covering $500,000 of expenses.
Well, it's $500,000 to the donor, but the recipient is receiving, on this chart, perhaps only $368,000 of it. The rest of it is essentially interest paid back, if we did this, back to the city, to afford the $368,000. So the donation to the tennis complex would actually only be $368,000. As far as dollars received.
Right. We will have to pick a point in time that we assign the value of essentially the loan, and then that kind of takes you to the fiscal note in the blue sheet of the math of an $810,000 phase applying all the different sources of income and leaving a balance for Salina Tenants Alliance to raise the remainder to get to the 810. So in terms of expenses, this is one element among others to try to cover identified expenses, with the remaining balance being left to be the responsibility of Salina Tenants Alliance. And I would note that the agreement also provides that they're not able to proceed with awarding construction contracts or initiating the project until they demonstrate all the available funds are on deposit. At some point, we'll have to assign a value that, by way of the agreement, negotiated agreement, in return for if you're headed down that path, in return for $50,000 a year, we are agreeing to front a specified dollar amount.
Okay, and this is more just to the tennis group as a group, not directed to any one particular person. You may not want to stand in front of this arrow, but no, you come on back up. Doing some quick math, phase one, I think there was a $105,000 shortfall. And the amount of interest that's going to be paid for this is in that vicinity. And you spread that over 10 years. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to get another $10,000 a year, which then actually makes the $500,000 whole and closes the gap.
So we do have some opportunities for fundraising within the facility. So we have a court left to be named. We have the hitting wall as naming opportunity as well. And then the building itself could also be named. So this is for the naming of the facility as a whole, not for just the building. And then we did apply for a grant. Today, actually, we submitted an application for a grant as well. So hopefully we'd get some money from something else like that.
Right now, I had the opportunity to see the inside of the building yesterday. There was a Kansas Wesleyan tournament on a day much too cold and windy to be playing tennis.
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, to go watch tennis. That's probably more fun if you're playing. But Lord knows the building needs the work. I mean, and this is not about the need for the project. It's just if there are any options, us writing a check to $400,000, particularly if any sales tax cuts become reality. We may have to use some of that cash. But I'm just wondering if there are any quick ways of closing that gap for phase one. And it is about the same amount as the interest that would be, or someone would have to be paying. I'm just thinking out loud. Now, you don't necessarily have to answer, but.
Right, and I'm not sure I'm tracking with you on how that closes the gap.
Well, in phase one, I think there's $105,000 that still needed to be raised.
But it presumes a loan in some fashion, whether it's from the city or if
even with our loan, there was a $105,000
yes
gap or deficit.
Right. It assumes conversion of that income stream to upfront funds, and there's still a $105,000 gap after that.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just wondering if anyone out there wants to give another $10,000 a year. If so, come see us after the meeting.
This project started out with the naming rights to underwrite the operation expenses. This project started out with the naming rights to underwrite the operation expenses. What is going to fund the operation expenses?
Donations, revenue from programming, hosting events, running clinics, having lessons, that sort of thing.
And this building renovation started out at an estimate of $900,000. And I spent a lot of time in that building, but it had been 40 and 50 years ago, so I took a walk around it the other day. And I'm having a hard time seeing putting $1.25 million in that building. It's just, I'd like to see the inside of it. But from my memory, it just does not amount to a lot. It's just a basic shell of a building. Here it says STA has indicated this may be difficult for them to finance this project on their own. Has STA tried to secure financing?
Tried to fundraise the 1 point.
No, to finance for this $500,000.
I cannot speak on that directly. Clark, would you like to speak on that?
I just have a problem putting this on the city.
Yeah, Clark Renfro, President, Salina Tennis Alliance. So, a couple things. You know, when you look at the 1.2 million, that's total cost. We're asking, in this case, the city for 175 plus the monetization of that donation. The rest is on us. The rest is on Salina Tennis Alliance. So that could be 2 million, but that's on us if we want to get to that level. So while that number may seem large, the city really obligation is the 175 and then the ability to help monetize that through that 10-year process. So what we're saying, and Liz had articulated, is we've got phase one, which is to try to get that building serviceable and in operational mode. And then another part of that would be elements that could enhance that building, but may or may not come to fruition depending on whether or not STA pursues the funds for that. To answer your question, have we pursued financing this through other means? We have not at this point, other than the fact that we've got commitments to the building if we pursue that, but there's elements of that we'll have to raise that are part of this equation. And so in that context, we have pursued additional financing should we get assistance from the city. I think the ultimate picture here is we've got a commitment from the city to do a bare minimum for that building, and that's to make it serviceable. What that amount is, that gives us the bare minimum. Beyond that, that's where we come into play, which we feel we have the opportunity to enhance that building to make that facility truly a first-class venue. But how we get there is going to be majority on us, as was the courts, was a majority of that fundraising was on us. But we feel the support is there for a community asset to generate that. And it showed it was in the tennis courts, and I think it can and will for the building. To what extent, we'll have to find out. But we do know at the bare minimum, the 810 number is something that will get that building to a point that it can be used, and it's nice enough and safe enough for people to operate out of it. So I don't know if that answered your question, Commissioner, but.
Yeah, and it just, I would like to see the facility get up and running, and I'm just concerned about the operating expenses falling back on the city. We haven't, nothing's been proved out yet. And in terms of budgets and what kind of income is going to come in, I would really like to see, I don't have a problem with the naming rights, but I do have a problem with the city being the bank. And I'd like to see that first year payment just go to the operating expenses, get this facility up and running, and then take this up again to remodel this building, because I think $1.25 million is just a lot of money to put in that building.
At what point we had this presentation, do we want to do that now, or is that something, I think that might be an element to kind of spur conversation and at least give us an opportunity to kind of go through that?
Can I ask a question, since you're a banker? If STA had the ability to finance this, you'd be in the open market for borrowing, wouldn't you? And that would be a much higher number than what the
It would
city
be,
might have.
yeah. And we had an element of financing when we did the construction. We had a line of credit that we had to go through, and we formalized that with pledges receivable and some guarantees that allowed us to do that. And that was partially to support the city's contribution that came in after the construction was done. So we had some cash flow that we had to address, and that's through that means. So, I mean, it's possible. It's just we're looking at some means that we can truly partner and see what can get us from point A to point B.
But I guess in my mind, the city's going to get a much advantaged interest rate if they bond it than what you would get if you were.
No question. Yeah, no doubt.
So would the city be maintaining this building?
We're maintaining it, and as part of our agreement,
We just heard a study session on insurance rates that are coming, and I see this being another liability on the city's insurance. So I'm guessing the city,
We would
who's
own
going to
it.
maintain ownership and maintenance?
Yeah,
is my
we
question.
would own it, and then by way of the management agreement, the Salina Tennis Alliance would maintain it. In the event that Salina Tennis Alliance discontinued that, it would be ours to maintain. As far as operations of the facility, we would have to revisit what operational level we might want to achieve compared to what Salina Tennis Alliance is doing.
Well, we'd be back where we were before, maintain our own tennis courts. Pretty
And $1.25 million building. And $1.25 million building.
Well, they're pretty courts. I mean, yeah, but the building, well, it's either that or knock it down and build a new one. I don't know which is, was that?
So we've looked at that. That's going to be significantly more money. I mean, that was part of the appeal to that location. It was
Right.
repurpose that building.
Right.
And, you know, the bones are there, the structure's there, the utilities are all there. That's what we feel and what we've been advised is really a good approach. And we've looked at other scenarios where we could utilize that building with other entities around town, which I think is possible. But the way we phased it, I think you look at it where we can do it in a way that makes sense, and if we can go beyond that, if there's another need or possibility, then that opportunity exists without jumping, head first into 1.2 million. Again, most of that is on us. But when you look at other peer facilities, can we get by with the bare minimum? Probably, but I don't think that's necessarily what will serve us best. But that's something that we're going to have to decide and look at.
You want to ask a couple questions or?
Actually, something I think worth mentioning is, this money that we're fronting is going into a building, which is essentially a tangible asset. And you'll pardon me for looking at it through the lens of like a business, but versus if the money went into operating expenses, it kind of disappears into the ether, if you will. But we're providing money that's going into a building that we essentially own. So it's not like that money's gone. It's something tangible, and I don't know how I'd feel about it going towards operating expenses. I think I'd be a little less enthusiastic about it.
I'd just add, that I feel comfortable with this approach for that reason. And quite frankly, if we can get them through the first phase, that's a springboard to move up from there. So we've got to get it serviceable before they can really impress the market and bring their programming to people. So,
And I guess before you give your presentation, a couple things. Obviously, looking at the chart, the naming rights, we show 430 on here. That's probably not true. So we're looking at 415, which means the remainder to be raised is probably going to be 120,000 at least, I would guess, based on our chart. as I look through this, I'm trying to decide if we're setting a precedence that we will have to address in the future with naming rights. And as being an ex-banker, I always look at these and you do your due diligence. And Clark knows where I'm coming from on this. And usually, this is not something we want to do as a commission, but you're usually, doing your financial review. A lot of times there could be personal guarantees that are requested. We talk about this being unsecured in bankruptcy. It is unsecured, but we do have a building that would have been remodeled, and we would have about 22% of the investment at $810,000. We would be putting in the 175, so we'd have 20. We'd have an 80% equity in that, except for the fact that we're loaning the money. So if this was to default at some point, that equity position changes. So I'm struggling a little bit with setting that precedence of us becoming the bank. That's a little bit of my problem. Not that I have any trouble, as Commissioner Ryan said, we're all friends. I appreciate, and I think JRI is doing a lot of wonderful things in the community, but I've got to look at it from a taxpayer standpoint, and that's a little bit of where I'm struggling. I have no trouble putting the $175,000 in it, because I think to tear that building down would cost us a fairly substantial amount. And I'm going to, Commissioner Longbine talks about that building being bad. I went through the Lee building before they did that facility, and it was nothing but a shell and was old and didn't look like much. So I understand you can take an old building and make it serviceable and really make it a nice facility. So I don't have issue with us putting that money in there for that reason. My real problem on this is becoming the bank, I guess. And 10 years is a long time, and not knowing how this commission and how things could be between STA and the city, that's probably my biggest concern right now.
That's a concern I have as well.
That's one good. If STA, for whatever reason, ceased to operate, is this agreement, if it were to come to fruition, directly between the donor and the city, or through STA? Is there a middle person we'd have to go through?
My understanding conceptually is that the agreement would be with JRI Hospitality. I'm looking to Mr. Scragg to be sure that my understanding is correct.
Yes. Ultimately, they're the contributor making the financial obligation.
But it wouldn't be with us through STA, it would be directly.
Yeah, the agreement includes agreed upon uses of funds, and it contemplates that STA would assume responsibility for the project, designing, the expense of designing it, bidding it, contracting, but the actual funding agreement is a financial obligation of JRI Hospitality to us, and then we're agreeing to make funds available to STA. And it might be helpful, part of the conversation we had, you'd speculated or estimated if you were to go to the private market, what the net present value might be. I don't know if you have a number that you're comfortable with.
I don't have a number for you, but I mean, you're looking at, interest rates now that are north of 8%. When you look at something long-term, over, a period of 10 years, it's going to be more than what was able to kick it through the cities.
We got another banker back there. Should we get a quote from him?
Sure, if they can get lower, let's do it. Yeah, let's go ahead and give this kind of walk through that process.
Okay. So we've been open for about 2 weeks. We opened 2 Mondays ago. Just a couple pictures of the courts in the last couple of weeks. We've gotten some good feedback, had a lot of people out in the courts, even though it's been a little chilly out. As Commissioner Davis said, Wesleyan played a match yesterday. It was a little windy, a little chilly, but we still had a good turnout and good community support. We had about roughly, on the conservative side, 285-ish visitors in the last 2 weeks. I think that's pretty good for just opening up and not having perfect, balmy summer weather. So kind of moving in, I think we can probably skip over the naming timeline. I think we've been through all of that, but that is in your packets again. So as we had said, this would be for naming of the entire complex as a whole, not just the building, not just the courts. It would be the entire facility, including everything on site. On the next slide, I have a map of where some of the signs would be. So the Circle Drive is directly across from Tony's Pizza. We'd have a sign there, one in front of the building, and then one on the peak of the lot on the Ohio entrance, right as you first come in, since there is kind of a big field between that entrance and then where the courts start. So the beautiful thing about this site was that there was a building on site, and it's a really cool looking building, and being able to keep that piece of Salina and turn it into something hopefully really neat had some appeal to us. So this was it before we started the project. Pool on site, boarded up, and then this is what it could look like. So phase one gets us to where we have a new roof, we have flooring. Right now the building is not insulated, it's not set up to have AC or heat, so really it would just be for perfect weather days. So it would get us to that point where we could have air conditioning, we could have heat, it would be insulated, and we would also have pretty much a big open space in that main square part of the building, and then we would have restrooms as well. Phase two would kind of make it a step above that, where we'd have kind of a pro shop area, more of a clubhouse area with seating, a little bit nicer finish, some extra storage areas, that sort of thing. Showers, pantry, and then some shade outside, additional shade. So that's just to kind of give you a quick overview of what the building could turn into, hopefully, in the next couple of years.
From being in that building several times, on the phase two, how is that cleaned up? Because right now, it's not.
Right.
Which one of the, does phase one face the courts or phase two?
Just phase one.
Okay, that's what
Courts will be on the top of that.
okay.
Oh, sorry, I see what you're saying. So the courts, phase one opens out towards the courts on the next slide.
So
Phase-
the entrance area there, going through phase two, just the entrance area that people will walk in, what will that just remain the concrete floor? Will there be walls? What does that look like?
I think it would be kind of cordoned off from that phase one area. So I
But
just,
you wouldn't even enter in through those doors?
Coming in from that,
Yeah.
from the gate and that way, so that phase two would not be an entrance.
so
Okay, that's my question. So
currently everybody's entering the facility from the parking lot on the left-hand side and the Circle Drive. So there's two sidewalks that kind of come in. So you'd come in the side gates, then enter sort of the back of the building, which we're kind of using as the front of the building right now. So
but
it's a
the
little
entire
reversed.
exterior would be redone and
So there's talk about staining the brick or painting the brick to make it look a little bit better.
the fascia, all that's repainted, redone. So
Yes.
the entire outside of the building's redone, even
Right.
though the entire
We wouldn't just
inside.
do one side of it and then.
Well,
none
I
of it.
figured, but I just wanted, it's always good to ask.
We would try to make it look good.
I didn't, I
And
didn't
then,
want a phase one and phase two on the outside.
right,
so
and
that's-
phase one would include windows and doors, so replacing the kind of sliding pull-up garage doors on the front with real doors and windows that would open and have proper ventilation. And this also includes, in phase one, redoing the electrical service to the building, because I don't think it's quite up to what it needs to be right now.
And so just phase one would be air conditioned and heated. Is that correct?
Phase one is everything to get it serviceable. So the AC, the heat, the electrical,
Right.
floors, roof, big open space, basically. No bells and whistles. And then right now, if you're facing, so the courts are behind us, we're facing the building and our courts are to the back of us. There's two spaces here where the little trellis is, that's all walled off basically. So it would open that up as well and have some extra outdoor seating that's kind of shaded.
Okay. Questions?
assuming all of this comes to fruition, what will the total investment on your end be in this facility? I think it would be good to just let the public know that.
Sure. So for the portion where we raised funds to construct the courts, the fencing, the lighting, hitting wall, all of that was about $2 million. We fundraised privately. And then this portion, I guess it depends on if we do just phase 1 or if we go into phase 2.
Let's do phase 1. That's what
okay.
we're talking about right
Sorry,
now.
phase 1.
Okay.
So with the contribution from JRI Hospitality and the city's contribution, I think that would leave us roughly 300,000 to cover, 200,000?
Yeah,
How far
about
off am I?
200. Yeah, I
About
think
200?
you're about
Then we'd be in
725.
for 2.2 million total.
Well, you'd have to, additional funds required if we did the 450, it would be 220 plus you have 100 in cash, so it'd be 320 additional you'd be putting in. Does that sound about right?
I think that's right. So we'd be in for 2.3.
Safe to say there's a tremendous amount of incentive for this to work.
Yes. I mean, and just the amount of economic impact we could bring to the city by doing this is exponential. Being able to be a tournament hub and bring people in from the outside to come to Salina is a really great opportunity. I mean, we're in a perfect spot, and people don't always want to have to drive to Kansas City or to Wichita or to Denver for good tournaments. So if we did this, it could probably maybe potentially bring a pro event here. I mean, definitely more college events, and push more dollars to local shopping, local dining, hotel nights. So there's that other side of it as well.
Has anyone evaluated the actual structure and the plumbing of the building?
I believe so.
Like,
Yes.
is the building structurally sound?
I think so. I think there would be a little bit of work to like level out the floors. They're a little uneven on the inside, but I think the bones are good.
We've had Jones Gillum look at that. We've been out there even before this entire project started. We had folks looking at that.
Can you step up here? I'm sorry. Mr. Enver.
So Jones Gillum Rents has been our architect and designer and project managers throughout this. And so even prior to this project, we've had this building looked at, and it's sound, the bones are there. It allows us the opportunity to do this. That was certainly something from the get-go that we wanted to ensure, at least it provided us a foundation to do something like this. So, yeah.
Okay. I know we have a representative here from JRI. I don't know if he would like, no comments? Okay, I just going to give you the option.
If I could ask the city manager, just off the top of your head, what would you say is the city's investment in that property when you add in demolition, the 600,000 cash, 200,000? We know we're going to 175.
Right.
Because we're close to $1 million, I would assume.
Well, it's
as a city.
summarized on
What is in
page 4, kind of the middle of the page. So we made a $600,000 contribution.
That's right, it is here.
Spent $148,400 on demolition, and we spent $12,000 on bathroom work before it was put on hold. So
Okay.
750.
148.
So it's 160, 760 plus,
I'm at 761,080.
and we had already committed to do the roof. I mean, there's some
We
work
hadn't
we had.
necessarily committed to do the roof, but if we're going to own that building and want it to stay standing, at some point we would have to address the roof.
I think we had committed, what did we say, 68 or something like that?
71 was the number, and
So we'll be in around the $850,000 to $900,000 ourselves.
yeah, 830. And if it helps at all, if you divide up responsibilities, the rodeo grounds was on city property. It was leased by the county. That lease agreement provided that at whatever point the county ceased to lease that, they could take what they wanted, but leave everything behind for us. So set aside tennis. If at the point that the county chose not to renew that lease, we would have been left with the rodeo grounds to deal with. Either renovate them and become the landlord for rodeo or tear it down. So the argument could be made that expense was on our books one way or the other, regardless of tennis. Similarly, the pool, I think, what was it, 5 years between construction at Kenwood Cove and ultimately the tennis project coming along, that it just sat abandoned. But again, we at some point would have had a responsibility to fund that portion of the project. So the synergy was there for the tennis project, but some of those expenses would have been ours regardless of whether we're just trying to clear the ground and have it just be sod.
I had a quick question on the operation. The entry system, is that working out?
I've gotten good feedback. I think it works pretty well. It's a good way for us to be able to monitor who's on site when, see when we need to maybe have someone staffed there if it's a certain busy time.
Are people figuring it out?
Yes.
Okay.
I haven't gotten, really any calls from anybody with questions or struggling from my end.
Okay, if there's no other comment or questions currently from the commission, we'll open it up to the public.
Ben Winholt, Salina. First off, before I even get started, I want everyone to know I am not against the sport of tennis. What I am against is exactly what we're going through here, partnerships that become a burden on the city and just start escalating in cost. Already, if you look at it, at that breakdown, you keep talking about them being 100 or 220,000 short. That's just for the phase one, 810,000. That's not for the 1.2 million. The city, we have already come up with, or on the hook for 175 of this renovation, and 70 of that was the roof that was not in the original agreement. So already you're tacking money on that people don't even know about was on there. The thing I've got, and we've already touched on this a couple of times, you were talking about the building, putting money into that building because it's owned by the city anyway. Well, it's not a building of essentiality for the citizens of Salina, every citizen of Salina. We don't need that building for the city of Salina to give us services that we pay taxes for. So for the city to become a bank on taxpayers' money is just astronomically not feasible to even attain because of the fact that timing is everything. We just talked about last week about losing possibly $2.5 million to $5 million in sales tax if they take it off of the food. Well, here's a point where you, the city commissioners, can prove to the citizens of Salina that we are looking out for you, and we're not going to raise your mill levy 7 points to fund a special interest group's want and needs of a tennis complex, basically, because it just doesn't make any sense. We got to start cutting back. If we're going to lose the money, we have to start cutting back and only worry about city services. This is what I talked about last week. All the essentials have to stay there. All of the special stuff needs to be put on the back burner. So I don't see where, and if the naming rights are contingent on us giving them the loan, then don't give them the naming rights. JRI, that's fine. They come up with more money, but this special interest group, the head of him is a banker. He has his own bank. Finance it yourself. If you want this dream to come to attrition the way you want it, then you make it happen, not the city of Salina's citizens. We're already taxed enough.
Norman Mandel, Salina. The state is having the same issue of naming parks and the reservation system. I didn't attend the meeting in Topeka last week. I couldn't go there. But they are having issues with naming and financing these parks. So you're opening up a can of worms. It's public property. It's not private.
Good afternoon. Seems awfully far away. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I think a few things here. First of all, throughout the entire tennis process, I've had conversations with Clark and had a lot of conversations with Tom Perrin about it. Always very positive about what they wanted to do. I think they've done a great job. JRI has been a great community partner, as you mentioned. But I think there's a bigger issue, a couple of bigger issues here, and I think one of them you have all kind of struggled with here, and it's what is the proper role of government? Should you be a bank? Well, the city being the lender of last resort, this item is not new to the city. We have long been a lender of last resort for special assessment financing for subdivisions. The only difference is that we make that deal in exchange for long-term tax revenues. That's not the case here. So I would caution you, and I would just encourage you, as I would on a couple of the issues coming later, is that one thing we need better agreements. We had an agreement with the field house that said the public sector, the public was only going to put $450,000 in, period, not a penny more. It's a little late in the game, but you guys should have made that requirement of what your maximum contribution was going to be before you started this project, because they're not the only ones that are coming back and saying, oh, hey, we weren't quite right with the first thing, we need more money. We got 2 subdivisions that are coming back and doing the same thing. We'll be here later on in the meeting. It's because we write agreements and development agreements and we don't stick to them. We did on the field house, and that turned out really nice. I think this project could have turned out really nice too if you had a agreement that was put into place that was, we're only going to spend this amount of money and nothing more. So I think they've done a good job. I don't know what they're going to do if they don't get the money from the city, but I agree, Mayor. I don't think it's a good precedent to go down, because what happens when there's 5 totally different guys than you up there, and it's not a tennis court, it's something else. So I don't think you want to have that precedent. And with all the financial turmoil we're going through right now nationwide, I don't think it would be a bad thing to do, as Commissioner Longbine suggested, and that is press the pause button and let's see where we are 6 months from now or a year from now. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'll bring it back and I'll look to city staff for, I think we have some different options we need to discuss.
Staff submits the following options for City Commission consideration pursuant to the municipal facility naming guidelines and relating to preparation of an agreement related to funding and construction of tennis building renovations. 1, advance the proposed commercial naming initiative by A, approving a motion to direct staff to prepare a tennis complex naming rights agreement based upon the proposed naming of the Salina Tennis Complex as JRI Hospitality Salina Tennis Center, and an agreement relating to funding and construction of tennis building renovations for consideration by the City Commission at its regular meeting on March to be determined 2023. B, provide direction to staff regarding the anticipated tennis complex naming rights agreement and funding and construction agreement by further motion or series of motions based upon discussion with staff either in open or executive session as needed. And C, continue the public hearing until the City Commissioners' March to be determined 2023 date, consideration of the proposed naming rights agreement. Second option for your consideration, advance an amendment of the proposed commercial naming initiative by A, approving a motion to direct staff to prepare a naming rights agreement based upon the amended proposed naming of the Salina Tennis Complex, and a funding and construction agreement for consideration by the City Commission at its regular meeting on March to be determined 2023. B, provide direction to staff regarding the anticipated naming rights agreement and funding and construction agreement by further motion or series of motions based upon the discussion with staff either in open or executive session as needed. And C, continue the public hearing until the City Commission's March to be determined 2023 date, consideration of the proposed naming rights agreement. Third option, and these are some typical options, or well, some of them are typical options. 3, postpone consideration of the proposed items by approving a motion to postpone consideration of the proposed commercial naming initiative and funding and construction agreement, and continuing the public hearing until the postponement date. 4, send the proposed commercial naming initiative back to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for further discussion by approving a motion to refer the proposed commercial naming initiative back to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for further discussion of specified aspects of the naming initiative. And 5, deny approval of the proposed commercial naming application by approving a motion to deny approval of the commercial naming application and to close the public hearing. If City Commission concurs with the described approach, staff recommends option 1.
Okay, I'll bring it back for further discussion.
Well, Mayor, I have a comment, my opinion. As commissioners, I think we all feel the desire to do more for our community than just provide safety and fire service and streets and roads. So we're always discussing what additional amenities we can acquire for the citizens of Salina. If we took a hard track, we wouldn't have Barkley Park, we wouldn't have any of our parks and rec projects. So I think we're very fortunate in Salina to have the offers for these public-private partnerships, and we should consider them carefully. Certainly, Salina Tennis has invested a great deal here. I think that our participation in it, why I perceive it pretty much accounted for in the budget. Even if we do the financing of this, we're not gonna be in harm's way given the changes in finance that may come by either what the legislature provides us or the inflationary temper of the times. I do have some reservations about going into new financing area, but given the people that are offering that and the reputation of the community, I think I'm comfortable to go that route. I think I'd like most things we do, we have an opportunity one-off, but we recognize some risk in it. Maybe staff needs to study how we could approach this the next time with some kind of guidelines or research into whatever others have done to protect the risks or to assess the offers that they get. But from where I stand, I think this is a reasonable project to proceed with, and I hope that the majority of commissioners agree.
Commissioner Davis?
All right. These thoughts may not be in order of importance, but I would disagree with us looking at this as a special interest group. Baseball's a special interest group. Pickleball's a special. Library, people go to library, special interest group. We all like certain things. And as long as the city's spending money on our certain thing, it's an essential service. I'm not a tennis player, but I will admit after being on those courts yesterday, I said, okay, I could do this. And the building, I mean, we can't have a tournament come in from out of town with the way the building is now. I mean, something has to be done with it. Yeah, when we were looking at considering proposals for our own tennis courts, and Mr. Gray, you may be able to remember, I think it was going to cost us, what, $1.2 million or some huge number to redo
Correct.
all of our tennis courts.
I don't remember the number, but one of the initial considerations was the condition of our courts, what we thought the cost would be just to renovate the courts as they sat in comparison to this proposal. And we were breaking even, if not coming out ahead, with our investment in the tennis courts compared to renovating and replacing the existing courts. That didn't anticipate the operation agreement, that didn't anticipate the building renovation. It was just focused on the tennis courts themselves.
Right, and you may remember I was very much in favor of keeping neighborhood courts as opposed to a central tennis complex, but what's down there now is quite impressive. I mean, it's a very nice facility. Theoretically, and I would assume of our community partners, we have some here who would be financially reliable. As long as the $50,000 a year comes in, this would never really affect our budget at all. I mean,
Correct.
Truly a pass-through.
Correct.
And I guess my problem is I hate to lose $100,000 of interest when it could go to the building. You know, so again, you know, if there's any way to get all that at once, or whatever you come up with in conversations, you know, if an extra week would give you more time to rework that, you know, be glad to postpone it for a week. But the, you know, we are invested in the building, and we do own the building, which would be probably my only reason for getting off my hesitancy to serve as the bank, although it is setting somewhat of a dangerous precedent. I mean, we're being asked, you know, to allow someone to give money to name part of a building, and oh, by the way, we need you to pay part of that, which is not the way I think we thought this system would work. Things like this, boy, I always like having an extra week to think on. I know I have two commissioners on either side of me who are very good at making quick decisions, and they know I'm the slowest up here of the five. But I'm still thinking, so I'll yield.
Okay.
I would still like to see the facility get up and running. And, you know, from the beginning, I've been in favor of preserving the building, and I'd stated that I was in favor of the building, the city maintaining the roof to preserve the building. But I still am struggling with the financing agreement that I guess I would still like to see an effort to come up with the own financing. At least a good faith effort that you've tried, and here's the difference. Before the city jumps in and leverages our credit. You know, I think the ideas are great, and you know, we've had tennis tournaments here for many, many years. I don't know that it's been a necessity to have a major clubhouse facility. So it can be done with what we have. You know, there could be a lot of temporary structures put up to maintain and run a tournament. So I would like to pause this and just see the facility get up and running before we jump into putting this kind of money into it. And the naming rights, I'm fine with that. You know, if we want to go ahead and approve the naming rights and start collecting those funds, that's fine. But I'm still opposed to the city financing the project.
I'm not sure proceeding with the naming rights is entirely within our discretion. I'd have to defer to STA and JRI and their willingness to, I mean, this has kind of all been a combined conversation.
Be flexible.
I'm sorry?
Be flexible with it.
Well, I just don't want to speak for them. I don't want to presume one way or the other.
As far as my thoughts, I'll borrow Commissioner Ryan's term one-off situation. I think, as far as the city being the lender, maybe we need to look at future endeavors a little differently, but we've the ship has launched, so to speak. And I don't think the ask is, it's not outrageous. We're using the existing building. You're not leveling it, trying to build new. You're trying to make do with what you have. In a lot of ways, I keep coming back to what the facility that we're getting for the taxpayer dollar. That's a lot of bang for your buck, if you will. It's a tremendous facility. I think it's one that 5-10 years from now, we can look back on this situation and yes, there were speed bumps in getting this set up, but it's something we'll be proud of. And more of a philosophical comment, in a world full of screens and devices, and I think any option that we offer to have people get up and moving and healthier is a good one. I'll leave it at that.
Well, I guess I'm the last one to speak. If this came before me as strictly naming rights and us putting $175,000 in it, it would be a slam dunk for me. I guess my concern, as I stated earlier, is us being the bank. I would even be more comfortable if we were doing half of this amount over a 5-year period. 10 years just seems like a long time. I think renovating the building is a plus. It will be an asset to the facility. I'm just concerned the fact of using taxpayer dollars to do it, to finance it. Maybe there's always a first, and I like their concept. I'm just struggling with that a little bit. So.
Does that mean we need more time to think about that part of it? Sounds like
if you're ready for
2 and 2.5.
Yeah, Mayor, move postponing consideration of the proposed commercial naming initiative and funding and construction agreement 1 week or 2 weeks until, what's the day, 13th? March 20th, 27th.
27th.
March 27th.
And along with that, you said postpone consideration and continue the public hearing?
And continue the public hearing.
Okay. Was there a second?
Do we have a second? Yeah, I'll second that.
So one thing that would be helpful for staff is any clarity about what it would be helpful between now and then.
I would like to see if there is any influence on the donor that might, let's say, result in 10-year naming rights but 5-year financing. Your idea is taking about the length. And if there's any more information that we can get about our rights, I think the city attorney explained it very well, just so that we know where we stand, because for basically an unsecured loan. For me personally, I think I just need a day or two to let all this settle in my head and see where I stand. I know where I want to get to. I'm just not sure if this is the road I want to take. But and I'm not sure I see an alternate road right now. But I'm hoping some alternate roads
And
will
I
appear.
think the applicant has kind of heard some of our concerns and maybe has a chance to look at other financing options or come up with some other options for us perhaps in 2 weeks. Besides 100% financing, I guess, would be what I'm kind of hearing.
So, if I may, and if it's helpful, staff knew this was an awkward deliberation that you're going to have, but much like a planning application or anything else, we felt an obligation to bring it forward. We intentionally tried to structure this in a way that it was going to be kind of an open-ended discussion more so than, and not to paint you into a corner any more than we had to by way of, here's the agreement, it's all been finalized and ready for execution. We knew this was unique, it was a one-off, it needed deliberation. So we're trying to balance the conversation that's going on, wanting to get before you and bring that to you in the best way that we could figure out to do that.
And I do want to find a way to get to the desired end. If we get a typical springtime thunderstorm here, that big building is your only chance of staying alive, because that shade area, it's nice, but it's not going to stop wind coming sideways or rain coming sideways. So, I'm very cognizant of the fact that something needs to be done. Something needs to be done. The courts are too pretty not to have a nice building. We just need to.
Make a quick comment.
Up to the mayor.
Go ahead.
So again, this is something that we realize is unique, and, we're looking at ways that we've got a donor stepping up to really alleviate some taxpayer elements that could go into maintenance or could go into operation or maintaining those courts, and trying to look at creative ways. We know this is unique, and we know this is something that the city's never done. And in our weekly meetings with city staff, looking at all these alternatives and what can work. Again, looking at a donor that's willing to step up for the greater good of the community and provide a quality of life programming that goes into essentially earning funds that go back into that facility, certainly changes the dynamics of just an ask for, let's make something, nicer. So there is an element there that I think makes sense. We realize it's different and somewhat unprecedented here, but looking at ways that we can kind of work together to figure this out. But I think the opportunity is there, and again, I think as we progress, we can come up with some solution. But the ability to come in with a building, we've got to look at the old model didn't work. So if we look at, hey, that's how we got to this point, where we had courts that weren't being maintained and wasn't happening. And so we're looking at a model that was really two steps. We got the courts built, and then the second part of that is the city came and said, hey, we need some help operating and managing these, and we stepped up with the solution and were awarded that. And I think have the opportunity to really step forward and make that work. Certainly there's going to be bumps in the road along the way, and things like these, we're not going to have all the answers, but the opportunity is there, and I think we've got an opportunity for private funds to come help a public entity, and again, for the long run, make this work. And our foundation for this was provide a quality of life for the community of Salina. Now, an offset of that, we can bring in events, and that was part of the other scenario with this critical mass. So we've got an opportunity here, and I think that presents itself.
Thanks.
And certainly to JR, I certainly want to say thank you for stepping up to the plate. You may be a step ahead of us, and we just need to catch up with 2023.
Well, and I know for a fact that, we fought to get the field house, and if you tried to take the field house away now from the community, you want to talk about an uproar. We'd have a major one right now. So, I think, again, we need to let some of this kind of percolate a little bit. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor to postpone consideration of the proposed items for approving a motion, or to postpone consideration of the proposed commercial naming initiative and funding and construction agreement. And we will continue the public hearing until the postponement date of March 27th. Is that correct date?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passes, and we will bring that back before.
Mayor, one comment or comment to staff there before we leave the subject. We unfortunately haven't got to our strategic planning conversations, but if financing this internally or taking this out of our own budget and general funds, which have grown over the last couple of years, is an option. Can you give us the impacts of that kind of scenario if we choose not to bond?
Sure.
And I guess, do you want that now, or is that something to bring on the 27th?
No, not right now.
Yeah. On the
Later.
Yeah. Okay. Believe it or not, that finally brings us to item. Oh, no, we're leaving it open.
Yeah.
Yep, we're leaving it open, so. Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of March 6, 2023.
Move we approve the minutes.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve consent agenda item 5.1. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. That will bring us to administration.
Mayor, we had a couple of agenda items.
Oh,
of
I'm
note.
sorry. Yes, thank you. We got.
So, item 7.3, the applicants, Southview Estates, have requested that it be removed from today's agenda. Their intention is to gather more information and return, but they asked for it to be removed from today's agenda. And then, Commissioners, as you're well aware, but just in case anybody in the audience or listening at home is not, we targeted today as a date to take up housing RFP proposals. And with your conversation last week, instructing staff to identify a group of proposals and bring them forward to you in a different format where they make presentations to you, that is not scheduled for on today's agenda, if anyone was looking for that to occur today.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to administration.
Item 6.1, approve ordinance number 23-11145 on second reading, vacating the north 100 feet of the 10-foot alley running north-south between lots 173 and 175 on 7th Street and lots 174 and 176 on Santa Fe Avenue in the original town site of Salina, Saline County, Kansas.
Okay, again, because of a conflict of interest I have with the applicant, I am going to recuse myself and turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Longbine.
Ordinance number 23-11145 was passed on first reading on March 6, 2023. Since that time, no comments have been received. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do I hear a motion to?
Public comment.
No public comment. Is there any public comment? I see none. Bring it back to the commission.
Mr. Vice Mayor, move approval ordinance number 23-11145 on second reading.
Second.
Had a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 23-11145 on second reading. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz,
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Longbine.
Aye. Motion passes 4-0. We'll welcome back Mayor Hoppick.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that will bring us to item 6.2.
Item 6.2, biennial consideration of Section 888 special alcohol funding request for the 2022-2023 funding period and authorize the city manager to execute funding agreements with selected vendors.
Ms. Pack.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. Under KSA 7941A04, the City of Salina receives alcohol liquor tax, which is levied against drinks at clubs, public venues, or drinking establishments located in the city. And those taxes are divided 3 ways once the city receives them. 1/3 goes to the general fund for expenditures, 1/3 goes to a special parks and recreation fund, and 1/3 goes to a special alcohol and drug fund for drug fund expenditures. The 1/3 that goes to the special alcohol funding is required to be used for very specific reasons related to, and I'll read this from the statute, the purchase, establishment, maintenance, or expansion of services or programs whose principal purpose is alcoholism or drug abuse prevention and education, alcohol and drug detoxification, intervention in alcohol and drug abuse or treatment of persons who are alcoholics or drug abusers or are in danger of becoming alcoholics or drug abusers. Since the city does not provide those types of services, they have put into practice to send out every 2 years a request for proposal from local agencies that do provide those types of services. The last one was for 2021 through 2022. We sent out that request for proposal early in the year. We received back 4 responses to that RFP. We received one from Ashby House. I wrote Central Kansas Foundation. It's actually CKF Addiction Treatment Incorporated. The 28th Judicial District and St. Francis Community Services. Our estimate for what we will probably collect in the next 2 years is about $493,000. The request came in about $762,000. I have stated in the blue sheet what those particular agencies intend to use those funds for, and I do have all, I think, representatives from all or most of those here today if you had questions for any of those. As I noted, this is a pass-through of taxes, so what we've proposed as far as funding is typically in a percentage of funds that are received as opposed to a specific dollar amount, because we don't know if we're going to receive those dollar amounts. So that's what we would recommend for any of the situations that you might recommend. For City Commission action, City Commission should make a motion to allocate special alcohol funds, utilizing any option that they deem appropriate, and also authorize the city manager to sign funding agreements with each of these recipients. As we have in the past, we've come up with some funding options. The first would be to equally split the funds that are received to all participants, which would lead to each participant getting 25% up to the funding amount that they requested. The second option would be to distribute it proportionately to the percent to which they were the portion that was requested, and cap that also at what they had requested. The third option is to proportionalize that allocation based on the total amount that was requested, but not have a cap, so that if for some reason we have got more funding, some of these agencies could get more than what they requested. There's also, you could do direct funding, direct selection of recipients, or direct allocation of funds. As I previously noted, we would recommend that you do some sort of percentage of the funding that we do collect, so that we're not tied down to the city having to support those funds. The other thing I would mention is that if we receive funds that don't get allocated, those funds can be allocated in the next biennial cycle. So we don't have to worry about whether we allocate all the funds. There's no time restriction on the spending of those funds. So at this point, I would stand for questions. I would also, if you'd like to hear from any of the applicants, ask them if they'd like to come forward.
Okay, thank you. I guess we could have the applicants come forward and give a brief overview of how their dollars are being used according to the statute. So, okay. And please state your name and who you're with.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hoppick and Commissioners. My name is Shane Hudson. I'm the CEO and President of CKF Addiction Treatment. CKF Addiction Treatment, formerly known as Central Kansas Foundation, has been in Salina since 1967, providing addiction healthcare services. 100% of what we provide at CKF is focused on prevention and treatment of addiction. To give you all a sense of what it's looked like over the last few years, we served over 2,300 individuals last year in 2022. That's up from under 2,000 people served a few years prior. About 1,100 of those 2,300 were from Saline County. In our request for funding, I'll go through each of these briefly. The first request, being the largest, and I'll descend from there, is $315,000 to support the Bridge House program. The Bridge House program is one of 8 designated women's treatment facilities in the state of Kansas. It was run by Ashby House a few years ago now. In February of 2020, we worked with Ashby House to take on that program, and we employed 2 staff from Ashby and started paying rent, so providing billable services and then paying Ashby for a couple of staff they still had to support the program, as well as childcare and some other fees associated with that agreement. So we've been paying Ashby monthly to have that program running at their facility as we took on the clinical components, the billing components, and our licensed treatment facility. We worked this out over the last, it was a month's process working with Daryl and his board. We're going to be moving the location of the Bridge House program from the current location at Ashby to a St. Francis property that is to the west of our current facility, which you'll be looking at tonight for rezoning. That facility has 4 modular buildings in the back. Each of those modular buildings, to renovate each one, is about $315,000. We're working with Icon Structures on that project. Our goal is to move over and occupy 2 of the buildings initially. That will move the current capacity of the Bridge House program to the St. Francis property. Over the next few years, we want to double capacity of the program by then renovating 2 more buildings. So that first ask for $315,000 is to support that renovation effort towards one of those buildings, actually, would be that full cost. And over time, we want to renovate 4 buildings. And we would serve at least 48 bedded services, about 40 women maximum over time, currently 20 women maximum plus their children coming with them. The second request and order of ask would be towards fee-for-service funding. So we had a unique last few years, to say the least, and there have been some positives from that as far as getting people access and engagement to addiction healthcare. So we've had some special COVID funds that have helped at the state level through our state block grant for those who are 200% below poverty level and do not have insurance to gain access to treatment. There were COVID dollars that are actually helping reimburse that process for alcohol use disorder. We also had the state opioid response dollars paying for patients with opioid use disorder, not just medication, but treatment services. That funding for that SOR funding decreased this last time around. The state was surprised to find out they got less money than they asked for. We found that out. Well, we found out officially in November as the funding shifted, and it was for an October 1 start date. The COVID funding also wasn't lasting in a way that it was over the last few years to support those services. So our state block grant dollars to serve those individuals of 200% or below federal poverty guidelines or without insurance was depleted by the end of November. So we're sitting here, December 1 through June 30 without that money, which will result in potentially $600,000 plus loss if we keep providing services to people who do not have insurance or other means of funding. So that amount, $182,000, is to help support people getting that access and engagement into detox, residential services, intensive outpatient, and outpatient to offset the funding that is no longer there. Typically, that funding through block grant lasts us till, it's not uncommon to have, run out of funding 2 months before the end of the state fiscal year, or a month before the end of the state fiscal year. There's always a need for more dollars. But there's no guarantee that if you provide more services, you'll be paid those dollars when you go over your budget. And sometimes you are, sometimes you aren't, and we have no idea the amount of funding from year to year. Typically pretty steady, but we asked the governor's office, and then that wasn't approved, so we went to the legislature to ask the House and Senate budget committees for an additional $5 million to be allocated to support that block grant funding line. So that $182,000 would help ensure that access and engagement for individuals in our community who do not have the funding or insurance to gain access. The $3,000 request would go towards bus passes. We have been providing bus passes to patients coming through our services, potential patients or individuals who are family members of patients coming to Pathfinder Recovery Center to get to our services, to get to other services in town, to make sure they have access to resources in Saline County via bus passes, and we expend that amount each year. I believe last year we also asked for $3,000, so knowing that we always expend that, we asked for the same amount. I will now stand for any questions.
questions from any of the commissioners?
None for me.
You stated that you'd be moving what's in Ashby House to St. Francis. Are they involved? I mean, how does that work as far as their
so we've
facility
been
there?
working with St. Francis and getting inspections done. It always takes longer than you think it will. So we'll be purchasing the main Dunbar School building and the 4 modulars from St. Francis. St. Francis will be vacating all of those buildings.
So they'll be
over the next
vacated.
few
Okay,
months.
so
Correct.
St. Francis. Okay. that
Correct.
makes-
CKF
okay.
will be facilitating 100% of the service on site without contracting or purchasing or renting facilities and staff for that.
Okay. Any other questions?
What were the modular buildings used for previously?
I've done a couple walkthroughs of those buildings, so all I can say is there's a long hallway in the middle with a lot of staff offices in a couple of the buildings. One of the buildings has a kitchen and it looks kind of like bedrooms where adolescents could come and work with case managers and get some services during the day. Susan Montague's here from St. Francis, so she could speak more specifically to that probably than I can, but that's what I've seen walking through the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Who would like to be next?
Hi, I'm Susan Montague. Thank you for considering our proposal and sharing about the modular buildings. Our substance use program is in one of those buildings. Our programs will move out to the Otis Street campus where St. John's used to be. And we will continue working with adolescents and families out there. Our programs in the modular buildings also serviced our foster care kids, and we're hoping that by moving out to Otis Street that we'll be able to provide more care out there. Our programs service not just mental substance use in the traditional form, but we know that most substance using families have experienced trauma. And one of the things that we do a little differently is provide trauma care for our staff. We also work with Ashby House clients and provide trauma care for the substance use clients that CKF has provided for services at the Bridge House. We also work with community corrections and provide services for community corrections also. Our reach is far into many areas in the city of Salina. One of the things that we're most proud of right now is working with the truancy panel. One of the things that many people don't know is the variety of services available in Salina to help kids and also parents. One of the things I do is attend the truancy panel and share what substance use services are available. And it's not unusual for kids to talk about how they can't get up because they're using marijuana or other drugs. And so we're there to help them think about engaging in services that might help them attend school, get their education, move forward, help parents engage in treatment also so that they can help get their kids up and to school. When you see little ones whose parents can't get their kids up to go to school, that's a big issue in Salina. And that's one of the things that we really try to work hard with to get them motivated to change their behaviors and help their kids. I've been working with this program since 1995 and have seen many different changes. And in the last 6 months with the fentanyl issue, we have seen several kids that we've had to have Narcan available to keep them from ODing. And that breaks my heart. The first time I saw a kiddo come in our services who was only 9, that was my first heartbreak of doing the actual services. And I'm more in the trenches. Mr. Sewell can't be here today. He's out of town, and so that's why you get me instead of him. But we do a lot of good work with kids and families. we work with parents who also have had their kids removed. And it's a little different process because when kids return home, parents don't know how to balance recovery and taking care of their kids. And so our substance use program has a special niche in providing that care and services to help parents adjust to having their kids back home so that maybe recovery can continue. We do a variety of things, and I welcome any questions about our program.
Any questions? I did notice, and I didn't mention it, that you are licensed to provide addiction treatment through St. Francis and CKF. I noticed was, at least you better be. So, I noticed that both of you were licensed to do that. So, okay.
And we do receive some block grant funding, just a small portion, because our application for block grant funding was focused more on teens than others. I have been doing some discussion with the folks at the state level about how a lot of the opioid grant funding is, especially with fentanyl and evidence-based practices, are focused on adults, and that we need to start thinking broader in our state because kids are affected.
Okay, thank you, Susan. Appreciate your time.
I will say it is good to hear what these agencies are doing, because I know, Sue, you speak from the heart, and to see it on the ground level is knowing the money's going a good place.
Hello, I'm Darrell Burgoon, the Executive Director of Ashby House, and I have Cheryl Calhoun with me, who's our Director of Special Projects. I'm going to let her talk to you a little bit about our programs and our proposal.
Thank you for having me here today. Ashby House provides both homeless services to individuals who are either experiencing homelessness. That includes women and families, including men with children. We also provide housing prevention services. We have several people in our community who are experiencing housing instability, and so another big aspect of our agency is to focus on ways to help people prevent having to require our residential services. Many people focus on Ashby House as a homeless shelter, but what they might not realize is that we also provide long-term supportive housing solutions, particularly to individuals who are not eligible for traditional housing assistance programs. And so that includes individuals who might have recent felony convictions, or individuals with severe persistent mental health issues, or even individuals who, because of their history of addiction and being in recovery, would prefer to be on a campus where they are able to be around people longer until they feel ready to actually live on their own. And so when it comes to the reason why we're requesting money is we'd like to focus on the holistic recovery services that we offer in the community. I think our agency is very unique in that instead of just focusing on making sure people gain access to addiction treatment, we also identify the other real-world stressors that cause people to turn to substances as a form of coping mechanism to begin with. And so when you look at our proposal, 50% of what we're requesting would actually go towards 3 of our critical programs. One would be our Family Matters program, and that's specifically for both the adults that we serve and their children, as a way to kind of help address the rifts that are created through addiction. And so these groups are provided over the weekends. It's an opportunity for families to have some time where they work together, as well as times where the children are working with one facilitator and the parents are working with another facilitator in order to address issues such as, the guilt that comes with parenting while being involved in addiction and having to overcome that, as well as the traumas that the family and the children have experienced, and how can we actually create safer building blocks and overcome those challenges before people transition into their own housing. When it comes to the dollars that we're requesting for that, money would be set aside to provide for the childcare needed to implement that program, as well as funding for the meals that are provided to the families who participate in it. The second program that funding would go towards would be our financial literacy program. And this is a partnership between the Ashby House and 7 other community providers, including Consumer Credit Counseling, Equity Bank, First Bank of Kansas, K-State Research and Extension, where we focus on basically developing a financial literacy program designed for people who are experiencing homelessness. Not surprisingly, there aren't a lot of financial advisors who are creating financial programs for people who can't afford their books. And so we basically came up with a program where, while at Ashby House, we work with individuals and families to help them overcome the hurdles that are standing in the way of them getting back on their feet. At the same time, we connect them with community partners who can take them the extra mile. And so components of this program include an 8-week life skills training where we focus on specific topics that we tend to find are common hurdles for the population we serve. Each participant is also matched with a financial mentor who takes what we use in the classroom and actually helps them implement it into their real life. They also work with myself. I'm a licensed addictions counselor and social worker at the master's level, where I focus on the cognitive distortions that tend to get in the way of people really overcoming financial hurdles. So, for example, if someone struggles with impulse purchases or shoplifting or has other financial habits that has always prevented them from overcoming what they'd like to accomplish, we tend to identify those and work on developing financial relapse prevention plans to help them developing coping skills in that area. And then another component of this program, which part of this funding would go towards, is the incentive piece. All of the participants, once they join the program, they identify 3 personal financial goals that they want to accomplish, in addition to some goals that are specific through Ashby House. And so our Ashby House goals focus on, first, developing an emergency fund that is at least $1,200, because through our research we have found that is the minimum our clients need to save in order to be eligible for housing. We also focus on an emergency savings fund, and the third goal we like to focus on is actually being able to secure safe housing. Obviously, when you think about the path of addiction, one of the many mistakes we see happen is that when people move into that next place to live, if you're in an environment where drug use is around, chances are you're going to fall back into that temptation. And so our case managers work with our clients to not only help them identify their goals, but actually accomplish them. And then clients who participate in this program receive short-term incentives. All of the agencies that applied for funding, we all collaborate with one another. For example, Salina County Community Correction works with us on creating a discount so that people who participate in this program can receive free cards for drug testing, so that they don't have to pay for that. It's a requirement they need to do, and it's just a way to help them accomplish that. We also have short-term incentives where they can meet with professional resume writers. They can meet with individuals who are successful at overcoming financial challenges with creditors. We have bus passes, other things. But we also have a long-term financial incentive to this component, and that goes to participants who actually complete the program. And Ashby House matches up to $500 of the debts and or savings that they were able to accomplish within that 8-week time period. And so a program like this is really essential to basically help people overcome one of the major challenges that tends to lead to addiction or lead to relapse, and that's facing your finances and your fears related to your finances. And so funding towards that would go towards those incentives, as well as the child care that would be provided so participants can take part of that. The third program that this funding would go towards is our Cooking on the Budget life skills program that we'd like to create. We have a professional chef on staff, and we have a shelter that will have a new kitchen in it. We'd like to actually develop a curriculum for our clients, both the adults and their children, so that we're teaching healthy skills related to meal preparation, buying food on a budget, and those other issues that we tend to see our clients struggle with, either because they didn't encounter that when they were growing up and feel ashamed when asking questions about, well, we have this food, but I don't know what to do with it, or because our clients might struggle with other developmental issues where having some one-on-one coaching within the place you're living can prove very essential. So that would be the first 50% of the funding that we're requesting. The second 50% would go towards additional childcare, specifically so that our parents would have hours where groups are not in session that they can use for downtime, use to look for employment, use to run errands. Because I don't know if any of you have experienced homelessness, but if you are a parent, it's not like you can ask someone else at the homeless shelter to watch your kids for you. And so anything we can do to make it so that our parents are actually able to recharge their batteries, again, we're decreasing the odds that they will relapse. The other part of that last 50% of the funding would go towards any food shortages that the Ashby House experiences. As with COVID and other challenges we've experienced due to rising food costs, from time to time we experience situations where there are certain food items we just are not getting donated or we cannot purchase enough of. And so we'd like to allocate some funds towards that so that we're meeting all of our clients' health needs. And with that, any questions?
Any questions?
You talked about childcare. That's been a major topic recently. Who facilitates that? Who does the childcare?
Right now, we have 2 employees hired for childcare. As part of this initiative, we actually do want to go out and find additional childcare employees because one of our major challenges is being able to provide an adequate salary to someone to provide childcare.
Well, that's the underlying problem with childcare today, what we understand.
And it's quite honestly, it's essential in order to ask people to regain their recovery and be able to maintain it. They need that initial help from the start, especially if you look at statistics for women with children. The primary reason why women will leave treatment early, especially in that vulnerable position where they're no longer eligible for residential services at treatment facilities, they're now intensive outpatient or outpatient, which means they can access services, but they need to find another place to live. If you don't have that component, that childcare component and that safe housing component, then you increase the odds that women with children will stop their recovery just because they don't have the capacity to continue. And so programs that offer that additional housing resource, whether it be through the Ashby House or other programs, are really essential to giving any parent with children an opportunity to actually fulfill their recovery.
Any questions to my left? I know the Section 888, when you read the wording, it's supposed to be for, establishing, maintaining services for alcoholism, drug abuse prevention, education, that type of thing. And did I hear, I think Shane made some comment about they actually provide that service for the Ashby houses?
So that's correct. What Shane said is correct. And so we are still partnering with them until I believe maybe June. So we wanted to make sure that anything that we put in there as a proposal is something that we're continuing to do without the partnership of CKF.
And that's the way it's written.
Yeah.
If you think about treatment, you have the clinical component, the licensed addictions counselors, but you also have the case managers and peer mentors. And so even continuing on, Ashby House will be providing a one-on-one case management services to all of its clients. Our case managers are certified through the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services as required for all treatment providers. And we also offer 2 weekly NAAA support groups on our campus for our clients. And so a big component of what Ashby House does is linking people to the resources they need and filling the gaps that currently exist. And so a great example of this is if you think of anyone who is referred to a treatment provider. The chances that someone will go to that appointment, let alone make another appointment, are greatly enhanced if you have a case manager who talks to them about any hurdles or any fears they have about attending that appointment, and how can we overcome those fears, as well as a case manager who is willing to collaborate with other agencies to verify that someone attended that appointment and be that helping person if the client says, I didn't really get along with the person I'm assigned with, I don't think I'm going to go back. Not realizing that there are lots of options out there. And so that's part of what our staff does, is helping connect people to other services and also making sure that those services actually happen.
Just out of curiosity, what percentage of your clientele would you say has an alcohol or drug?
When you look at alcohol and drug statistics for the Ashby House, the range, depending on the year, is between 73 and 78%. Mental health issues, other mental health issues, hover around 64%, with an additional 22% who have identified as possibly having a problem but being unwilling to access services, which is also why we partnered with CKF Addiction Treatment to have on-site services, because if you're able to have it right there, then you increase the odds someone will actually reach out and ask for help, versus even if you have to go across town or go a block, the likelihood that they'll attend goes down, especially for individuals who maybe are not ready yet. People are kind of pushing them in that direction, or for individuals with cognitive disabilities. I think we take it for granted, both cognitive and physical disabilities, that it's easy for us to get from point A to point B, and that's not always the case for everyone. And when you see the rise of fentanyl, something else you'll notice too is the rise of people who are struggling with short-term memory loss as a result of that usage, and we're already seeing that.
One quick last question, and just curiosity, about how many people do you service a year? Just
depends on the program. Do you want to answer that? We have the emergency shelter, which ranges between 280 upwards of 500 people in a year. It really depends on what's going on in the economy and COVID and things like that, because part of our shelter mission is to not just meet basic needs, but to help people develop the skills so that they're less likely to come back. And then on top of that, you have our supportive housing programs. We don't like to refer to them as transitional housing. We like to focus on, this is the next step, but we're going to be working with you side by side instead of having a hard deadline of this is when you need to move out.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guess that leaves you.
Good evening, Mayor Hoppick, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Callum. I am the recently appointed director at the 28th Judicial District's Community Corrections. I am not sure if you are familiar with what type of program we run at Community Corrections. We are an intensive supervision program, which basically is probation. We are one of the probation entities within Salina and Saline County. We were established in Saline County in 1986, so we have been around for a long time. We have taken on a lot of new faces since the beginning of Community Corrections. We have, over the years, not only do we supervise adult and juvenile clients, we have also developed a drug court program, a pretrial supervision program, and we are currently looking at developing a veterans court with the guidance of Judge Johnson here in the 28th Judicial District, and we have been collaborating and doing site visits with court services, and municipal court has been involved in that. So we offer supervision to our clients who are assigned to us by the judges in the 28th Judicial District, which also includes Ottawa County. We were developed in 1986 to address prison overcrowding. It is much more financially feasible to allow someone to serve their sentence in the community with community corrections or probation than it is to have someone incarcerated. So we are assigned those high-risk, high-need clients, which comes with a lot of substance abuse and substance addiction. We are in the business of removing barriers. So funding like this is essential for us to be able to remove those barriers. If you can imagine coming out of jail and not knowing where you're going to go for the night, we collaborate with many agencies in the community. Everyone who's here are people who we refer, or everyone who came here with proposals are people that we, or agencies that we refer our clients to. So we need to be able to refer them to drug and alcohol treatment, and sometimes there is a gap in funding. Sometimes there's not funding available at the agency that we need to refer to. Sometimes our clients don't qualify for funding. In the case of the potential Veterans Court, many of those clients would qualify for federal funds through the VA, but there will be a certain amount of them that don't. So when we have funding like this, we can fill in the gaps. The things that we use this type of funding for, and through your generous support in the last biennial allotment, we use that to pay for our UA testing. We use that to put people into sober living. We have a sober living community here, which is the Serenity House. We have a number of Oxford houses, and we also have a sober living university that just opened downtown. Those things require, all of those agencies require that the client coming in there pay money to get in. It's a nominal fee. Most of them charge maybe $150 a week. However, if you're just coming out of jail and you're deep into an addiction and you've just gotten 30 days clean, $150 is hard money to come up with. So when we have a client like that and we have funds like this available to us, it gives us that opportunity to give someone a hand up. As the agency director, I tell people all the time, if you give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you will feed them for a lifetime. Our agency is about helping people to get their feet under them and make a better life, because we all live in the same community. We all send our kids to the same school. Our grandkids go to the same school. We want this to be a healthy community. So we offer that sober living, and then that detox and treatment and those types of things that we can provide to people who are struggling and having difficulties with maintaining sobriety. We currently have 385-ish adult clients on probation with us. We have an additional 135 adult clients who are under our pretrial supervision, 85 clients in our juvenile division in our various juvenile programs. And I would say that approximately 95% or more of those clients live right here in Salina, Kansas. We have other funding sources. The bulk of our funding comes from the Kansas Department of Corrections, the grants that we receive from them. We also get money from Saline County to help us with our drug court program and our pretrial program, and they also give us a portion of their 888 funds. And we have some funds that come through the federal Burn JAG grant each year. So I'm available for any questions. I would also invite any of you who don't, I would say most of you don't know what community corrections is, but I would invite you, if you are ever interested in learning more, to please come visit us at any time. We love to have visitors at our agency. So, any questions?
Any question? So as far as the alcohol and drug, you purchase services is what you were stating instead of having them on.
Yes, we would put people in and pay for that service. I believe, roughly speaking, to put someone into detox is about $200 a day. So if somebody doesn't qualify for some kind of funding through CKF, we can pay for some of that to get them that sobriety time. That's how that would work. We try to keep that here with our local agencies. We try to send them to Ashby House, CKF, St. Francis, but sometimes there's not beds available, and we do have to use money to send them to other towns in the state.
Thank you. Okay, I guess with that, I guess we'll open up. Is there any public comment on this? Okay. Do you have anything further to add?
Nope.
Okay. And I'm going to look to staff. I know we've done this for how many years now, I always forget, but I believe, have we usually done the proportion distribution without a cap? Is that what we've kind of done in the past?
We've usually done the proportional with a cap.
With a cap.
So that the entities are only receiving what they requested, if they get to that point. Typically, they don't get to that point
Okay.
because of the funding.
That, when you say with a cap, that's based on the fact that
Based on
there's
what they requested.
requested, not on what we receive.
Correct.
And that would be option 2.
Yes.
Right. I couldn't remember
Double
how.
check, but yes, option 2.
I tried to come up with my own math. It's a lot easier just to do a percentage and be done with it, but you know, certain of the programs look, I mean, when you look at prevention, the Ashby House Family Matters, Financial Literacy, and Cooking on a Budget, I mean, that is going to the core stresses that put people back in addiction. You know, so as far as prevention, I think I would fund all of that. The $3,000 for the City Go bus passes at CKF doesn't cost much. Can't get to service, they won't benefit from it. The Judicial District, I feel bad doing a fraction of that. I mean, just do the whole 30. And that would leave 160. And in some form or fashion, split that between the Bridge House and St. Francis. You could do 50-50, or you could do like 100 to one, 60 to another. They're not, I mean, I'm putting judgment on these, but I mean, they're all good programs. I mean, just, I don't think anybody spoke from a script. I mean, it just shows you the passion that's present in the room here.
Yeah, I think the reason a few years ago we went with certain distribution percentages is because we had 5 different formulas coming out of when we tried to do that. So, don't know what's right or what's wrong, but and I understand, yeah, where you're coming from. I may look at it differently. The fact that the one that actually really does what the 888 fund says would be CKF. So, so I kind of like the distribution with the cap. That way, we're not making personal judgments as much on that.
Well, and prevention is important. I mean, once you get to treatment, I mean, you're trying to pull the cow back in the barn. If we can keep them from getting there to begin with, I think the overall cost is much, much lower down the road. But it's
other comments.
I just got a personal feeling with this that alcohol has been promoted and pushed more and more widespread across the board to all sects of society, and then we got to take these funds to fix the problems it creates, and that's a sad part of society. You know, I'm glad the money's there, but it's kind of doing things backwards, I think.
Okay.
I think I prefer what we've been doing with the proportional distribution with the cap. Of course, we've seen these applications from these entities before, but sometimes they change. So I feel more comfortable with us trying to spread them equitably.
I guess the only downside to that is if someone has a disproportionately large request, they take more funds than, you know, you might make a certain program whole, whereas then all of them are left kind of still looking for funding. But I had the same problem with this several years ago. So you're right.
I think everybody's asking for what they need. No one's trying to game the system. But
right.
Okay, do we have a
We in
motion?
agreement
Yeah.
with option number 2?
Need a motion, and we'll find
I'll
out.
go with the group. Yeah.
Need a motion, and we'll find out.
Make a motion that the city commission could agree to the awards received in the following proportion to the funding request, capping and distribution to the amount requested as follows. Ashby House, $64,536. Central Kansas Foundation, $323,175. Community Corrections, $19,213. And St. Francis Community Services, $85,720.
Just a clarification, do you want that on a percentage basis or on the dollar amount? Because that amount may change depending on what we collect.
Oh.
So as a as a percentage distribution, they're going to
Go
get.
with the percentages as stated here in option number 2.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second to for distribution as to option number 2.
And do we
Per
want to add that
percentages.
the city manager can sign those agreements that we will have with them?
Yes, so moved. He can sign those. Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. Not only thank you for being here and sharing, but thank you for the work you all do in the community, and as to follow Commissioner Longbine, I wish you guys were all out of work, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen, so thank you very much.
Would this be a good time to take a 5-minute break?
I'll second that.
We have a few people, can we do this one real quick? I think the next one's going to be fairly quick.
Go ahead.
And I know we have some people sitting here, so.
Okay.
Oh,
Can we do 6.3 and then take a break?
That's
Okay.
Okay.
That's true, yeah.
Item 6.3, approve resolution number 23-8119 in support of the city of Salina becoming a POW-MIA city.
Okay.
I'll take that one. Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy did the preparations on this, but he's not available to provide the report, so I'll do that. Thankfully, it's short and sweet. A week ago, Steve Morrison and a group of local veterans approached you and asked that you consider applying for status as a POW-MIA city through the Jefferson Barracks POW-MIA Museum, and you asked us to make the necessary preparations to make that happen. Mr. Hennessy did research the Jefferson Barracks POW-MIA Museum a little bit just to verify their validity. And as we discussed last week, it takes an application on the part of the city or an indication of interest. The attached resolution 23-8119 would serve as an indication of your support of POW-MIA and individuals in general, as well as indicate your interest in the designation. If you approve that, then staff will proceed with submission. As far as follow-up items, I think we talked about last week, there are a couple of different dates that would be opportunities to pass resolutions. There is National POW Recognition Day on April 9th, and then there is also the National POW-MIA Recognition Day, which is the third Friday in September. So those will be two opportunities to pass resolutions in support of that topic. If we're designated, we can display a plaque. There's some other things that are suggested, fundraising and other items that would be optional, but I think at a minimum we can do the plaque and the resolutions. So essentially, there's no cost with this item. If you choose to approve it, we'll proceed with making the necessary submission. I do know there are some individuals here in support of this item that may or may not want to address you. I don't know. With that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
It's just a matter, if you got any questions.
Come up here and give your name and.
Steve Harrison here in Salina. If you have any questions, let me know. First step is to get the approval of the commission to be a city, provide to be a POW-MIA city. The next step is that we submit that to the Jefferson Barracks Committee, and they're meeting tomorrow, so that's the next time, so I'm not sure when they meet next, so depending on when we get it, we'll present it to them, if you approve it.
I didn't see you behind the post there, Steve. Sorry.
Oh,
I
yeah.
would have acknowledged you.
Exactly. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, let's bring any comment from the public besides Mr. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve resolution number 23-8119. on becoming a POW city. POW-MIA city.
Got a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8119. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. Okay, with that, we will take about a 6-minute break. We'll be back here at 10 till 7. Okay, it's 10 till 7. We'll call the meeting back to order, and we're ready for item 7.1.
Item 7.1, approve ordinance number 23-11146 on first reading, changing the zoning district classification of property located at 509 East Elm Street from I-2 to C1 to unify the zoning of the CKF campus and to allow addiction treatment housing on property CKF is acquiring from St. Francis Community Services, Inc.
Okay, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is somewhat related to an item that you heard before, but the property that's in question is the former site of Dunbar Elementary School, which is the building itself is an architecturally, historically, and culturally significant building in the community, but the property also includes 4 modular buildings that were placed on the property in 2000 by St. Francis. And so the primary school building on the property was opened in 1922. The school was closed in 1956. It sat vacant for 3 years and then was purchased by the Board of Directors of the St. Francis Boys Home in 1959. It's been utilized by St. Francis consistently since that time. And so now CKF Addiction Treatment has a contract to purchase the former Dunbar School property from St. Francis Community Services. And this is a request to rezone the west half of the property to C1, which would match the east half of the property. And that would unify the zoning of the property and allow for them to have residential addiction treatment housing on the property. We've gone back and researched this property, first of all, trying to see if our zoning maps were true and correct, and they were. And for a reason it's not entirely clear, there's a zoning boundary that goes right down through the middle of the school building, and the west half was zoned I-2 and the east half was zoned C1. And to try to figure out the source of that, we looked at the 1977 urban renewal plan for that area, and our only conclusion was there must have been an assumption at the time that the school building would be demolished as part of urban renewal and the site would be redeveloped, but that did not occur. And so CKF Addiction Treatment owns and operates a treatment facility across the street in the former ComCare building at 617 East Elm. That property is zoned C1 restricted business. They're looking to expand their operations to this Elm Street property by converting 2 of the modular buildings into residential housing accessory to their treatment program. And so we have met with representatives of CKF, and staff has determined that the housing that they're operating or providing is not permanent. They're not creating any permanent dwelling units on the site, so their residential treatment program is an accessory use to their overall treatment program that would be allowed under the C1 zoning. So if this request is approved, it would unify the zoning of the property. It would be consistent with CKF's other holdings, and it would also give them a standard set of zoning rules for their property. And so this request is basically being made so that their campus has a single zoning designation, and historically under the urban renewal plan, the plan was to encourage office-type uses along Front Street, and so this would be consistent with that original plan as well as the comprehensive plan for this area of the city. So the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on this on February 21st, and at the conclusion of the hearing, they voted 4-0 to recommend approval of this application, changing the zoning classification of the west half of the former elementary school from I-2 light industrial to C1 to match the zoning of the east side of the property. So your options this evening, would be to approve the attached ordinance on first reading, changing the zoning district classification of the west half to C1 as requested. You could disagree with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and return this application to the Planning Commission for reconsideration. That would take a motion and 3 affirmative votes. You could recommend that consideration of this ordinance be postponed to a future meeting date to allow either CKF or staff to provide you with additional information prior to taking action, or you could vote to deny the applicant's request for C1 zoning on the west half of the property, and that would require 4 affirmative votes. I would note that I hope you got to have an opportunity to read the somewhat lengthy background report that was attached to report, but there's a lot of eye-opening material in there, and it's a pretty good history or cultural history of the city of Salina. So with that, I'd be open to any questions.
No questions.
Well, I would concur. I really enjoyed reading the history here by John Berger. I have a lot of history with that building personally, but this just really went into detail, and I'm glad to.
It was very extensively researched, and it was used by the Smoky Hill Museum for a presentation they did, and it was much appreciated by the Dunbar School alumni as well.
Oh, and I'm glad they didn't tear the building down, if that's what their intention was, and it's being repurposed and being.
Well, it simply doesn't make any sense to have a zoning boundary
Yeah.
running through the middle of the building, but that's the only explanation.
First,
we
I
could
thought it
come
was
up
maybe a legal mistake, or when somebody wrote up the zoning, so. Okay, any comments or questions from the public?
We do have Shane Hudson, I think, still here if you had any follow-up questions, but I think he kind of explained how they were going to use this, this building, so.
Okay, no comments. I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion.
Mayor Hoppick, I move we approve ordinance number 23-11146 on first reading.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to approve ordinance number 23-11146 on first reading, changes the zoning district classification of the west half of the former Dunbar School site as requested. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0, and we'll bring that back next week for second reading. Okay, that will lead us to item 7.2.
Item 7.2, approve resolution number 23-8118, adopting an amendment to the Building Kansas LLC Rural Housing Incentive District Development Agreement.
Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you. As you're all more than aware, we have been working on several housing issues over the last couple of years. This journey really kind of came out of post-COVID as we updated our 2016 housing plan with the 2021 supplemental update to the Live Salina housing plan, which you adopted July 12, 2021. The residential housing incentive policy was adopted following that on July 19th, 2021. Since that time, we have been working under the supplement and the data within that, also having a supplemental update for 2022, recently adopted in October 24th of 2022, giving you the most current information in which to make your decisions regarding housing and housing incentives. Before you, you have a request today to amend the Rural Housing Incentive District Development Agreement for Building Kansas LLC and the subdivision known as Aeroplanes. Just to remind you a little bit about this property, the development is located on a vacant 53.26 acre parcel north of Schilling Road and east of Centennial Road. The project's total build-out is 169 lots, each with 2 units, and they're primarily townhomes, so 2 units per building. Therefore, the total number of units at build-out will be 338. The total project is being built in 2 phases, with phase 1 being 75 lots and 150 units, and phase 2 being 94 lots and 188 units. This project has not begun construction of units or infrastructure at this time. Infrastructure construction is scheduled to begin this spring as soon as all approvals from Kansas Department of Health and Environmental Services have been finalized. The reason that the developer would like to bring this request to revise the development agreement in front of you is specifically to address additional costs that have come up related to related to interest rates, and the challenge in getting the cost of materials to where they were originally scoped to be. The developer here is available to go over those costs with you, plus the additional supplemental information that was included in your packet as a reminder of the incentives that have been put forward with this project and some of the associated costs. We have first the RHID itself, which is 100% capture for the full 25 years. And then we also have some applications that you took action on just a few meetings ago, and that would be to request MIH funding and KHITC funding, or Kansas Housing Income Tax Credit funding. Both those applications are in, but have not been acted on by the state yet. Primarily, the main request being asked today is the RHID for those 25 years full capture would capture a little over $11 million. And those are $11 million that can be used on eligible expenses within the RHID. Eligible expenses for RHID are infrastructure costs, can be land acquisition, and then land prep. Infrastructure can also include non-municipal utilities, so gas, electric, things like that. Pretty much everything but going vertical construction. At the time of the RHID's creation, the developer requested about $7 million in eligible cost to be covered by the RHID. But since that time, they have an additional funding that is being requested due to the cost of additional infrastructure and interest rates. So the developer is requesting to add $3,484,216 towards their additional eligible costs for a new total of $10,399,980. So it does leave money in, they're not surpassing that total amount that they're allowed under the 25 years, 100%. So there's funding left for them to make that request. What is also kind of a challenge to answer within this, and that's the table that's on the second part of the blue sheet, is the question you asked, hey, if you guys get more incentives, what does that do to the price of homes? So the price of homes were acknowledged in Exhibit G along with those related costs. So you'll see laid out in the blue sheet is a breakdown of how those home prices would be based on those additional economic incentives. So if they got just MIH, if they got MIH and the income tax credit, and if they got none of those. So with the greater accumulation of incentives, the better the house prices. In addition, as I mentioned, the Live Salina plan, this product and this price point is identified within Figure 13, which is the development program for the Live Salina plan. It highlights between 2022 and 2025 that we need in the owner-occupied category, which these units are owner-occupied as identified by the developer and as noted in the development agreement. We need 418 that are below 225,000, and we need 97 that are 225 to 300,000. That's just that first kind of 5-year window. And then the second 5-year window, we can take even more units. So these would feed into that first window, into that 418 and 97 units. So that's per the development program out of the Live Salina plan. That's the most current one from 2022. Regarding fiscal note for obligation beyond RHID's fiscal impact identified, neither the resolution of support or denial of support for the amendments represents a notable impact on staff time. So it would just be an amendment to that additional amount requested, and it does not exceed the amount that they would be eligible for based on the 100% 25 years. They just had a smaller amount before because they didn't have eligible costs that would have been incurred higher. So with that, you have Resolution 23-8118 in front of you. That would adopt an amendment to the Building Kansas LLC Rural Housing Incentive District Development Agreement, originally adopted via Resolution 22-8023, last March 23rd, 2021. You can either approve the resolution with amendments, postpone consideration of the resolution, or vote to deny the resolution and provide additional direction to staff regarding how the commission would like us to proceed. As I mentioned, the developer is here for questions, as well as myself and other staff.
Okay, I'll start to my right with any questions.
I guess the first question I have is, at this point, when are we going to break ground?
I'm hoping very soon. I mean, their plans are in at KDHE, and we're just waiting for that final stamp. We've talked with them, gone through this. They're ready to go. I'm sure the developer would love to tell you more about that.
And, never mind, I found it on the sheet. I was going to ask about renter occupied versus owner occupied, but
It's owner only, this development.
Commissioner Lomine?
No questions.
And the $10,399,980, is that the total if they do both Phase 1 and Phase 2? Or is that just the cost for Phase 1? And I see the developer back there. Do they want to?
Yeah, I would love to let Lance.
Mayor, Commissioners, Lance Cochran, Managing Member of Building Kansas. This is for Phase 1.
Okay.
And, I mean, just to kind of remind everybody, I think there's some questions about how this works, but unless we get this built, unless we get these sold, we don't get paid. We're the ones borrowing the money, the $10 million to go do this. Yes, I don't sleep at night. And so there's additional costs to this. I think, there's an expansion of lanes. There were some additional costs for the petroleum gas lines and bridge tubes, things like that we didn't anticipate. That was the additional cost. Then interest rates went up. So that's where we came up with them. It's almost exactly $2 million on interest. So we hope not to use that. Again, they will have to approve, the city will have to approve any expenses we put forward. And so it's not like we're going to make money on this. This is just a break even for us. So questions?
I was going to say something. So what's your build out time on Phase 1? Do we have a build out time on that?
3 years.
3 years from
Yes.
when?
When it starts, huh?
As soon as you break ground, right?
Yeah, as soon as we break ground.
Okay, 3 years from when. Okay, I couldn't remember if we had a date in there or if that was a.
Then we have a builder ready to go, and we have infrastructure ready to roll. We're just trying to get through this process.
And when will you, so you can break ground or at least start on your infrastructure before the MIH or the KHITC is approved?
We can, and we have a portion of loan to do that. We cannot move forward with building until we have those approved.
Either you've been approved or denied, either one.
We may have to sell if we don't get approved for those.
Okay. And when is the approval date on those?
It's May, early May, yeah.
In May. Okay. So you'll move forward with the infrastructure prior to the approval?
That's our plan, because we have been ready to go on this for a long time.
Yeah.
So we're just, fortunately, we have a couple of people in this that have the ability to help us move forward until that time. So.
You just mentioned gas lines. Is there going to be natural gas here?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, there was just additional costs. I can go down the laundry list of things that cost, but the basic gist of it was we had an estimate at the beginning, and by the time that we got to the end, it went up $1.4 million, and here we sit. So, and then the interest costs will go up exponentially based on the rising rates. So, those are all unfortunate for us, but that's the cost of doing business.
Okay. Questions, comments from the public?
It would be nice if y'all could donate a couple of those units for the people that are struggling in Ashby House and all them that are trying to help people with addictions and stuff like that.
I'll do this from here.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for asking the question about the homeownership versus investment properties. And I had written down notes to kind of hit both of this and what was going to be the next one, because it dealt with time horizons, extending out time, and also changing from homeownership to rentals. It's good to hear that they are going to be homeownership. I would just make sure that that is written in stone so it doesn't kind of come back like it was going to in the next item. And the reason for that is that you guys have an RFP that's coming due. And the people that submitted and responded to your RFP did their due diligence based on what this contract was and what they see coming down the line. So I just think that it makes your ability to get the best development agreement you can from your RFP. I'm hoping that these units won't affect the ability to get 500 units and the full $25 million. That's been a gift to us, and that we're not extending property taxes out. And that brings me to the question of the now nearly $11 million in property taxes. Last week, you had a conversation about not wanting to let the sales tax on groceries go away because it would cost taxpayer dollars on property taxes. Well, if the property taxes aren't going to the general fund and to the city and the county and the school for that $11 million, where are you going to make up that property tax? Are you going to have to raise the property tax on the people that are already here to provide those services? Because there will be services associated with those units going out there. And then the other thing is just, I hope that all the rate hikes and inflation and everything is taken care of for these guys, because I do know they've been looking for a year and a half to kind of get this started, it sounds like. And right now the federal funds rate is at 4 3/4, and historically it's gone up only to 6.5% since '90. It's only gone up that far. But there is talk that it's likely to go up to 7.5% before it comes down. So I don't think we're through the pain yet, and these could be long-term consequences. And this comment is mainly towards when you start thinking about changing time limits and changing from home ownership to renter occupied. Please just remember that you have an RFP process that you need to get through first and negotiate that development agreement. And I think we're in a lot better position if you don't make those decisions before you decide on your RFP. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? Okay, if not, I'll bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, move approval of resolution number 23-8118, resolution of amendment for the Building Kansas LLC RHID development agreement.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 23-8118, a resolution amending the Building Kansas LLC RHID development agreement. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? That passes 5-0. And item 7.3 has been removed from today's agenda. That brings us to other business. Does any commissioner have anything to bring before the commission?
Lieutenant, these aren't things necessarily needed answers on, but have we moved further along with formal citizen board education and formalize that process?
We did a while back in response to the initial request.
Right.
We've created kind of a format, and we've done board orientation training on that basis, but nothing has changed recently.
Okay. So we have documentation that citizens who are on those boards have been trained, for lack of it.
Yes, so we don't have like a formal program or anything, but the board liaisons do training annually and we have a sign-off that shows the documents have been received and all of that. So it does happen annually, usually in September, October timeframe. That's when the new boards are generally, new board members usually come in around that timeframe, so that's when it's conducted.
All right. And the other question I don't even know if anything we can do, the mural on the, I know it has a name, on the elevator downtown, the Friendship mural.
Yeah,
The big
sorry,
one.
I'm drawing a blank on the name.
Anybody know the
Well,
name? I
but-
don't know the name of it. If you take a picture of it from the north, there's a great big billboard ad for something. How do you go about seeing if the owner of that billboard would consider moving? It really messes up the pictures of that building.
Well, we could
Or is-
we could certainly reach out to them. I'm sure for the right price, they'd be happy to sell it to us or clear it out of the way. But we could try to have a conversation with them, see if there's a willingness on their part.
Business Salina says that's the most photographed site in Salina now, and I hadn't paid attention to it. I took a picture of it once. I was going to use it in a
I may
lecture.
take an ad out on that billboard now that you mention it. Thanks for the heads up.
Right. But no action.
We can try to reach out, but
yeah.
it's there lawfully.
Right.
I don't know that we can tell them they have to remove it.
I might allow city manager to just make a brief comment about our trip to Topeka last Wednesday. Would be.
The Chamber of Commerce organized it is something that we've been doing for a while now. But it was they called it Salina at the Capitol, and they arranged bus transportation. And when we arrived, we met in a side classroom that I didn't even know existed right inside the entrance of the Capitol with the Senate President, Ty Masterson. It was an opportunity to dialogue with him and address him. Senator J.R. Clays was there as well, Interim Secretary of Transportation. And then later in the day, we had meetings set up with the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker of the House, a staff person related to the Governor's Child Welfare Cabinet. I may have that title wrong. There was an opportunity to meet with our individual legislators as well as sit in the legislative session. I think there's that obviously created a opportunity to dialogue. We certainly relayed to them the feedback on the local sales tax exemption on food. The thing that was probably the biggest takeaway for me was there was a consistent message from the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and the Lieutenant Governor that Salina's reputation is a community that is working together, collaborative. When we approach them, we have a unified voice, we have a unified goal, and that is noticeable to them in comparison to other communities across the state. To hear that from the Speaker of the House and the Senate, the President of the Senate, I thought was pretty noteworthy. So it very much was a collaborative effort and conversation. There were representatives of various different groups in the community that had an opportunity to raise their questions and concerns with those elected officials, and it was good dialogue. I don't know if you have anything to add there.
I just think it's a lot of communities don't do that, and I think it showed a united front. We had someone from the Airport Authority, School Board, City of Salina, Saline County, so and they're aware of a lot of it was obvious that everyone had an idea of what's going on in Salina, even if they're not from our district. So that was very positive, and appreciate the Chamber putting that together, and I think that's something that we need to make sure as a commission and staff that's attended every year, because it's a good way to meet with them and get a name and a face put to it. So,
Mayor, if I may, it might warrant mentioning that there was not a majority of the city commission present and participating in those discussions were not in any way a meeting of the commission.
Yeah, I actually was debating going there, and since we have,
we did.
As a little bit more of minutia, the approach that we're applying is on an event like that, we recognize that only 2 should attend, and so staff is trying to facilitate in that example and others, you may get a direct invitation from the sponsor. We're going to try to get a communication to you from the city manager's office acknowledging that event, asking you to indicate to us your interest, and then we'll progress through the mayor, the vice mayor, and then the elected officials in order of progression to the mayorship until we have two. That way we don't have an open meetings violation. Locally, there are opportunities to say that you're either going to be attending an event and city business won't be discussed, or that you will be attending an event sponsored by others, but it's open to the public. But when you're on a bus intending to talk about city business on the way to Topeka, it's vital that we only have 2 of the 5 of you attending. So, and Commissioner Linkowitz actually indicated interest and graciously let me uninvite him from the trip to Topeka. So,
I might add that
We don't have to give our Equifax.
your credit scores and
and commend, I was on the trip, commend Renee Duxler at the Chamber of Commerce and everyone that helped orchestrate that, because it was a well orchestrated to give that many people access to the Senate President, House Speaker, Department of Transportation Sec, everyone. It was just a complete whole event. And I got a call from Stephen Howe, Representative Howe, that he apologized that he didn't break away to meet with us, and he indicated that day last week was his busiest day he had seen since he'd been in the House. There was a lot going on there, and just total motion of shuffling these people around to spend time with us from Salina. And we were well represented.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other business, that brings us to Citizens Forum. This is an opportunity for someone to come up and talk about something that was not on the agenda, and we will ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Norm Salina. Are you aware there was a train derailment last week in McPherson? It's a chemical hazard. That isn't the first one we've had in this country. We're going to have more of them. I know of a man that has he's a county employee, handles chemicals. He has cancer. He's at the Cancer Treatment Center in Texas. Artificial turf, it does cause cancer. Your parks, your ball field. This is a news report on Radio 96.7. It's chemicals. So I think you need to look outside this county and see what's going on. We're too focused on in the county. Newton's Law, Mr. Hoppick, you and I have discussed that. For every action, there's the opposite and equal reaction.
Thank you.
The microphone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Tanya Greer. I live on Maple Avenue here in Salina. To what he just mentioned, I would really like my neighborhood to be really watched over, because there are thieves. Thieves galore on that street, and when it takes 6 white trucks for a little garage-looking house, a 4-room house, how can you fit that many people in there if they're doing only plumbing, okay? I have a water well underneath my house, as big as my house, and I now can stick my hand in between my siding and my sheetrock that was put up, and it's hollow. My house is almost 100 years old. It is 93 years old, and I now have squares of indentions when I walk in my house. So I think a lot of the things that are going on in this city is not being seen because it's not above ground, it's underground. And if there's a lot of these kind of people doing these kind of things, it explains a lot of the issues that we're having as far as trenches, burying 2 private plumbers, south end of town, whatever. But anyway, I'm going to end it with that. I would like my street to be researched, find out who the homeowners were, because now I feel like I'm surrounded by a bunch of squatters to own. Now, I have a big issue with your municipal court here. They don't transcript, you can't get transcripts. They do it by the way they want to do it. And a blind woman does not even have the right to tell her side of the story, the true story. And nor do they even care. Anything I have to say, it does not matter. I'm guilty no matter what when I go to their courts. And I'm tired of being maliciously prosecuted. And I can guarantee you, from day one, and I've been here 5 years, and it's been the worst 5 years of my entire life that I have lived. And the scariest day of my life was 8/11 of 2018. Now, I know I'm not dumb, I'm not deaf, I'm blind. But I'm starting to think that the people that are in the city government, some, not all, are deaf and dumb. Okay, because they do not want to take an ear to anything I have to say, or my safety is of no concern of theirs. I'm going to court on Wednesday, again, because I've gotten tickets right and left for being a dog being abandoned on my property that I took responsibility for in good faith, because I had her for 2 months, and her supposed neglectful owner was arrested the day, July 2nd, and left me with this poor dog that was in very bad condition. I nursed her back to health, and then 2 months later, Jessica comes knocking at my door again, and I call 911 because I'm scared of Jessica Sonnenberger. She's my niece, and I have nothing to do with her. And the police arrived, but they thought it was more like a dwelling thing, and she was allowed to squat next door to me after threatening me 2 months prior to that. Of my safety.
Could you kind of wrap this up?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
But you know what? I'm tired of not being, how can I go appeal something if I don't have transcripts to show, I can't even have a jury trial when I request it. The municipal court is doing their own little show there, and I think I'm not the only one that gets stuck in this system. Innocent, by the way.
Okay.
So, with that being said, I'll be back because I have a lot more to say. And you assigned Mr. Woods to my issue with Lilo. He told me if I wanted to take responsibility for this dog, they were going to ticket me. Even though I'm blind, I can't tell what kind of breed a dog is just by feeling it, okay?
Okay.
So, I want the dog. He told me I could have it. I have a relocation for it because I am moving back to Colorado as soon as I can get my house updated. And so I hope he's doing his end, because you did tell him to take care of my case for me. So, Mr. Woods, I hope you got my email. And I would like to hear a response from you soon, please.
So I'll provide a response. The city manager's office does not have authority to overrule municipal court. They're a standalone court with jurisdiction. So the possession of the dog is a municipal court matter. As much as the city manager's office may try to help you understand municipal court, the ultimate disposition is a decision to be made in municipal court.
Okay. Well, Christy Trocheck needs to go find another job because she's not there and the judge is biased there. And I have enough proof to prove it, and I'm about ready to display it. Unified, my butt.
Thank you. Anyone else?
John Blanchard, thank you again, Mayor and Commissioners, and thank you guys for attending this City Hall Day. I think I did that every time when I was on the commission and enjoyed it quite a bit and got a lot accomplished. We did, I believe, we put a notice out that we were taking a van, and nobody wanted to take a van ride with us. But I wouldn't worry so much about some things like that, because in other years we took 2 different cars and went. But I would encourage everyone that can go to go. I have a number of things. I'll breeze through them as fast as I can. I'll just ask the questions. But December 14th, we had that homeless summit. Good meeting. Want to know what's kind of been going on since then, because there's some chatter heating up in the community about the March 8th stabbing out at Walmart and the potential that that person was a homeless person. And I don't know what all the details are, but I know that that issue is heating up. So can we kind of let people know where we are on the homeless issue and assure people that it's safe to go to Walmart? Second thing has to do with, I sent you all an email about GDP numbers and population numbers. I'm hoping that you all got those emails. What they hopefully show is that there's a difference between nominal GDP and real GDP. We need to count what productivity is, which is the real GDP. The great news is that from 2012 to 2018 it went up, 2019 it dropped, 2020 it cratered, and obviously we rebounded in 2021, but we're still below where we were in 2018. In fact, we're still below where we were in 2013. So we got a lot to work to do, but I think we need to start making our decisions based on what those facts are, and that also goes for the population, which shows that the population did not grow last year. I keep hearing that in the news all the time. But the fact is the population did not grow. It dropped by 387 residents. Another quick thing is, can you give an update somewhat on the RFP process? Like when are those going to come before you guys again, so that us out in the public kind of can know when those are happening, and how much information will you provide on those? Also, is that RFP still online? Because I went and tried to find it and I could not find it. And then just in my last 20 seconds, I just want to give a congratulations to Kansas Wesleyan University men's basketball team. They played in the NAIA tournament down in Wichita. They won their first game, they lost their second game. And I just want to say this, that team represents this community unbelievably well. They're professional young men. In fact, I'm gonna tell you just a story if you'll allow me. Young guy named Trey Duffy, who was a senior this year, one of the two seniors, plays a hard game down on the blocks. He's one of the big guys. Well, he was roughing it up with the guy from Morningside all game. And a guy from Morningside kept chipping back at him, and he kept his cool the entire game. Now, they came back and won. We lost. But after the game, Mr. Duffy was he displayed courtesy, professionalism, all the things that you would want your kid to do at the end of the game. He was very gracious and just a good sport. And I don't know the kid, but it's just kind of one of those things when you kind of see it, you're just sitting up in the stands and you see it happening. But his school, his team, his parents, he himself should be proud of him, and I think as a community we should be proud of him as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Winholt, Salina. Back on January 23rd of this year, under development business 7.1, y'all voted 5-0 to authorize the city manager to execute a license agreement with Delta Communications. They have started in my neighborhood. They have started on Ellsworth, Minneapolis, Beloit. Those are all on the east side of Ohio. My concern, and I have pictures that I'm actually going to show the city manager after the meeting, is they're in the public right-of-way out front in everybody's yard. Every single house on those 3 blocks and all the blocks that are going to be around it, including on the other side of Courtney, are all affected by their coming in and they're hand digging, and I realize they're in the easement, they're hand digging at the water meters to expose the water lines, because they're putting 2 lines at 2.5 feet down, boring, and so they want to make sure they don't hit any of these water lines. All right, when they're putting them back, I'm going to give you, since it's kind of hard to envision, just figure 2 5-gallon pails, plastic pails. All right, when they're putting the soil back, they've went down 2.5 feet, they're throwing it back in, they've taken sod on the good yards and put them off to the side, then they're putting the sod back. On the tarp, where they've put all the dirt, is 2 5-gallon buckets of soil left over. Now, if you do an 1.5-inch line, 2 of them, through an area that you've dug, that is probably only 2 shovelfuls, which would be half of a 5-gallon bucket. So they're taking that soil and actually picking it up, putting it in a trailer and hauling it off. So here's what's going to be the problem with every single yard in that neighborhood that they're doing this to, is when we get rain or their sprinkler systems take over, you're going to end up with anywhere from a 6 to an 8-inch hole behind your water meter in your yard. Everyone. So I thought I'd bring that to your attention, that this company needs to be, something else needs to be done. They actually did. I walked the neighborhood, so I've seen them, and I have the pictures to prove. They had a gas tamper in one of the holes last Friday. Nobody around it. They were covering up other holes and not using the tamper. I don't know if they don't want to use it or what, but the guys that were covering up, they were hand stomping with their feet, basically putting them back. So that's not the correct way. 42 years in the plumbing trade, doing multiple water services and sewers. You either pile that dirt up so it goes back level, or you compact it the same way you took it out. So we're going to have an issue basically with everybody's yard with one major hole in their front yard. Why they didn't put this in the easement like AT&T did, I have no idea. Why they wanted to go in the front, maybe it's because it made it easier. I don't know, but there are no other utilities in our front yards besides our water lines, unless you're on the east side of Courtney and then the gas line is there. So thank you. I'll be getting with the city manager. Anybody else wants to see the pictures, you can see them on my phone after the meeting.
Thank you.
Come take pictures
Thank
in
you.
my backyard. Really.
Okay, anyone else?
I'm out of here.
Okay, if not, I'll accept a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.